We'll be, we'll be on the record in case number 2007-00134. For the record, this is continuance of the next day, or the Thursday portion of the hearing in the captioned matter. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Good morning, everyone. I think when we left off yesterday, Mr. Ingram was about to call his rebuttal witnesses. Before he does that, let me inquire of counsel if there are any outstanding issues or matters that you believe the commission needs to take up this morning. Okay. All right. Go ahead then, Mr. Ingram, and call your first witness.
Call Ms. Bidwell.
Morning, Ms. Bidwell. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Ingram, whenever you're ready.
Would you say your name, please?
Yes, Linda Bridwell,
By whom are you employed?
Kentucky American Water.
Is that in Lexington?
Yes.
How long have you been so employed?
Been 19 years in May.
Have you testified before this commission on multiple occasions?
Yes.
What are your current responsibilities at Kentucky American?
I am the project delivery manager. I'm responsible for the engineering department and the delivery of all capital construction, including the water supply project.
The water supply project being the one that is Kentucky American is seeking approval from this commission to construct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mr. Heitzman's testimony prepared for this hearing indicating his opinion that Kentucky American Water Company can have some interim relief for its treatment and source of supply deficits by obtaining water from Versailles and Frankfort?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion with respect to that possibility?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion with respect to Versailles first, please?
With respect to Versailles, we actually work very closely with Versailles. We have a connection with Versailles. Kentucky American and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has already explored and rejected the purchase of any water or connection through Versailles. I think it was very clear in the letter that's attached to Mr. Heitzman's testimony, which I disagree with his opinion from yesterday, that first of all, you can't get 5 million gallons a day from Versailles, as he has suggested. Versailles has a peak day on record of 5.8 million gallons a day. I verified that earlier this week with the Division of Water. They have a capacity of only 10 million gallons a day. In addition to that, Versailles has to do extensive distribution system improvements, as well as Kentucky American having to do extensive improvements to their system to take the water into our system. On top of that, as we talked about yesterday, Versailles has restrictions on their water withdrawal permit that would not allow them to withdraw water from the Kentucky River at the time during hot periods when Kentucky American would actually need any additional water. So I disagree with Mr. Heitzman that there is an opportunity, and Kentucky American has fully explored that.
Do those permit withdrawal restrictions on Versailles significantly impair its ability to withdraw water from the Kentucky River during a drought time?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at those restrictions, just this past year in 2007, there were over 50 days that they would not have been able to take more than 3.5 million gallons a day from the pool. So they would not have been able to give any water to anyone other than their existing customers.
Do you believe it is possible for Kentucky American Water Company and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to obtain any water from Frankfort on an interim basis?
No, I don't. First of all, to the brief extent, I think we've already talked about Georgetown, but there is not the capability of bringing any water through the Georgetown system. It's not simply a matter that they refuse to do it. You can't bring it through their connection. Kentucky American is not able to take water into their system from Georgetown without extensive improvements. Additionally, in looking at the proposal to bring interim water from Frankfort, there is no connection between Frankfort and Kentucky American. And so it is ludicrous to think that you can bring water in through 2010 unless you have built a pipeline from Frankfort to Kentucky American's system.
Were you here yesterday when Dr. Solomon testified?
Yes.
Do you recall his contention that if Kentucky American increased its conservation efforts, utilized new technology, and I think he described the technology known to him as pipes and sand, and reduced your unaccounted for water, and implemented plumbing codes, that you could perhaps meet your demands in the coming years?
Yes, I heard Dr. Solomon say that.
Do you agree with his opinions?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell me why?
Well, first of all, Kentucky American submitted as part of this case, not only as part of my testimony, the highlights of the demand projections, but we also submitted a copy of the most recent demand projection model. To that end, there are a number of variables that Dr. Solomon talked about that are already considered as part of the model. First of all, the plumbing code restrictions that were implemented nationally in 1996 have been incorporated into the model in detail as part of the disaggregated model that then uses a regression analysis based on the population projection of the Kentucky American system to produce the max day demands and the average day demands that we're expecting. Additionally, the conservation impacts of an ongoing conservation program and an expanded conservation have also been included as part of the model. Demand side management is also included as part of the model, and the reduction of unaccounted for water through the reduction of leakage is also already included as part of the model. So yes, I disagree with Dr. Solomon in his assessment.
Do you consider it Kentucky American Water's regulatory obligation to meet a reasonable peak day demand regardless of the weather?
Yes. In fact, I'm not sure that Dr. Solomon understood what our obligation was as far as meeting that peak day demand, because if you don't meet that peak day demand, that means that when someone out there one of our customers on a peak day turns on the faucet, there's no water for them, or perhaps they're even through a backflow connection bringing something in that's going to affect the health and the sanitary safety of the system.
Do you also understand that it is Kentucky American Water's obligation to meet the reasonable demands of its customers during a drought of record?
Yes, that's the order we have from the Public Service Commission.
Do you recall in a general way the testimony of Louisville Water Company suggesting the timing of its ability to implement its idea?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with the proposed timing schedule from Louisville Water Company?
No, not at all.
Can you summarize briefly why you disagree with that timing schedule?
First of all, and most importantly, the schedule still, in my opinion, continues to ignore the fact that Kentucky American, if they work with the Louisville Water Company on this idea, is going to have to get Public Service Commission approval after the project is designed and before any construction can begin. And in my assessment of their schedule, obviously this certificate case has taken over a year. Now, perhaps we would be more fortunate and get it done a little faster, but that still has got to be built into the schedule, some assessment. Secondly, the design is not complete. In fact, Mr. Heitzman testified yesterday that at best, the design might be complete about a year from now. Certainly, we can't come forward and bring a certificate until that design is complete. And quite frankly, I disagree with his assessment that he's going to be able to get design done in a year when he doesn't have any contracts or commitments on how much water is going to be taken from that line, so he doesn't know what size it's going to be. Thirdly, he continues to talk about the opportunity, if he runs into problems with easements, to get an encroachment permit out into the I-64 right-of-way. He mentions that in his testimony, where that may be feasible, and he even mentions, as an example, the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's force main that is out in the right-of-way near Lexington is about to be constructed. It took them 24 months to get that permit. So to suggest that you're going to get around an easement problem by getting an easy encroachment out into the I-64 right-of-way, I don't believe is possible. And then finally, on the core permit, again, Louisville Water Company's engineers in their schedule continue to say 60 days for a 404 core permit. Our experience has been, and on this project has been, that our core permit from the date of application with no questions asked took over 8 months to receive. So again, I think those factors are not built into his schedule in my assessment, and I think he's underestimating the amount of time that it would take to get a new project built.
Is one or more of the proposed locations of the pipeline from Louisville essentially the same location as the pipeline that was discussed with Louisville Water Company in the late 1990s?
Yes, I heard Mr. Heitzman mention yesterday that the route he has proposed is different than the route that was proposed by Kentucky American Water Company. And I think I covered this actually in my previous testimony. Yes, we started with a different route through Woodford County, but by late 1998, a full year before we ever stopped work on the project, we had changed the route so it paralleled the I-64 right-of-way exactly where Mr. Heitzman is talking about putting this new pipeline. And that did not change the opposition through Scott, Woodford, and Fayette County at all on the pipeline we were previously doing.
Are you aware of the opinion expressed that Kentucky American has not adequately investigated options from Louisville?
Yes.
Do you believe that to be true?
Not at all.
Can you briefly summarize what Kentucky American has evaluated with respect to obtaining water from Louisville in any form or fashion?
Kentucky American Water Company has generally investigated 4 different times an option from the Louisville Water Company. The first time was in the late 80s with an outfit called Alfred Burdick and Housen through our comprehensive planning study that we were exploring different options from the Louisville Water Company. The second time was in the late 90s, which was, of course, the subject of a lot of debate, both in Lexington and in front of this commission. The third time is in conjunction with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission for about 5 years, and at that point we looked at 5 different proposals from the Louisville Water Company. And the fourth time has been prior to beginning design on this project, we hired independently Gannett Fleming engineers to assess the Louisville Water Company option versus a Pool 3 option and also the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's proposal. So in my mind, we have not only investigated it, but it has been thorough, extensive, and probably overly investigated.
Lastly, Ms. Bridwell, I'll point out to you line 17 of page 17 of Mr. Heitzman's testimony, where he says, and I quote, "It is obvious to me that KAW's urgency to secure a CPCN for its Pool 3 proposal is purely a manufactured emergency," end quote. Do you agree with that opinion?
Absolutely not. I think the evidence in front of this commission in case 93-434 that was the subject of some orders talked about yesterday, again, through the examples where we've had to issue restrictions, that we've exceeded our rated capacity, are demonstrating to everyone, including our customers, that this is not a manufactured emergency. We're in a deficit situation in both our treatment plant and our source of supply. It's not a future planning issue. We are in a current deficit, and our customers continue to be at risk every year that goes by that we're not implementing a solution. And furthermore, I'm not sure that Mr. Heitzman agrees with that, since on the very same page of that testimony, he talks about that there is no disagreement about the urgent need for additional water supply in central Kentucky.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, and I
right.
would point out that I've kept my commitment to keep my rebuttal testimony from her under 30 minutes.
We'll make that part of the record, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Slant, cross-examination.
Mr. Depp.
Mr. Depp.
Just a second, Mr. Eichmann, I might come up here.
Okay.
Morning, Ms. Bridwell, how are you?
Good morning.
We thought we'd mix things up, keep it interesting here a little bit this morning. Let's see. You started your testimony today by attempting to shoot down the reasons why Versailles and Frankfurt don't constitute interim alternative solutions. Is that right?
I don't think they were attempts. I think they're very solid reasons why they're not interim solutions.
Okay. And with respect to Versailles, you gave me, I think, if I wrote this down right, 4 reasons why you believe Kentucky American couldn't get 5 million gallons a day of water from Versailles. Is that right?
I did not keep track on how many reasons there were.
If I told you that, at least as I remember them, those 4 reasons were, 1, from your information, you think Versailles had a peak day of 5.8 million gallons.
Yes. I don't think it was confirmed by the Division of Water, so Bill Caldwell at the Division of Water confirmed that.
And he testified when?
I have an email to that effect that I verified with. I can certainly produce that if that's necessary.
Part of the record.
Not at this point.
And you also testified, I think, moving on to number 2, that Versailles had, I believe, a 10 million gallon a day capacity.
That's my understanding of their capacity.
Do you know whether that can be expanded at all?
But not at all. No, I don't know that.
You don't know?
No.
Is that because you haven't evaluated that?
Well, no, I don't think that has been suggested at all by anybody in this case.
If I were to suggest that Kentucky American hadn't evaluated that, would you agree with me?
I would agree with that.
Third reason I think you listed was, if I wrote this down right, I think you said there would need to be extensive distribution system improvements.
Absolutely. That's in the GRW report.
What, could you maybe lay those out for me, please?
Well, again, I don't know the exact details, but I can read to you from the GRW letter that they talk about those.
I don't know if we need to read from it, but I'm curious just what your understanding is.
Okay. I'd be happy to. It's the letter that's attached to Mr. Heitzman's testimony.
It's Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2. Starting on page 3 of his Exhibit 2, under the 5 million gallon a day scenario, the first paragraph under that, the second sentence, it says the booster pumping station as it is currently being constructed, including the third pump, was unable to supply sufficient water to meet the city's needs and the desired 5 MGD. So first of all, the pump that they've talked about for any additional is unable to do that. Then it talks about, we ran another scenario utilizing larger pumps in the booster station on the next paragraph. The proposed adjustment satisfied the desired demands for the new pressure zone. However, it also highlighted a larger issue with trying to meet the requested water demands. The Versailles water treatment plant is only rated for 10 MGD, and it currently operates in the 4 to 5 MGD range. If an additional 5 MGD were given, the plant would be operating at a capacity, leaving no room for expansion within the Versailles. Since this letter was written, they have now exceeded 5 MGD, as their 2007 peak day was 5.88. So this no longer applies, even that they have 5 MGD to access. So again, as you talked about, they would either have to expand or they're not able to give 5 MGD. They talk about additional concerns with this would be meeting the required one-day storage volume, which is then compromising their own fire protection within their system. Then it says, the next paragraph, the City of Versailles should strongly consider the many improvements that would be needed to the system and extensive associated costs before agreeing to a 5 MGD rate. So to me, that's saying that their own engineer is saying there are extensive improvements that need to be made before they can offer 5 MGD to Kentucky American Water.
Okay.
Page 3 of the GRW report.
That really raises 2 questions for me. First of all, are you telling me that Kentucky American's not interested in getting any increment less than 5 million gallons from Versailles?
Well, I think we have to look at the cost implication and the availability of water from Versailles. And when we looked at that, even on a lesser amount, the water wasn't available.
See, I thought you told me a minute ago that you hadn't looked at that.
No, I did not look at that. I told you I hadn't evaluated expanding their treatment plant, but I think I testified already this morning that we did talk to the City of Versailles, and we've looked at this, and we've rejected this as an option.
Okay. What's your understanding of the costs that would be required to improve that distribution system?
There has not been any cost assessment on what would be improved for 5 MGD. There was an improvement for 2 MGD that they have estimated at $158,000. But again, I go back to the withdrawal permit, that they don't even have 2 million gallons under their withdrawal permit. Plus, that doesn't take into account the additional expenses that would be required to bring water into Kentucky American's system.
Okay. Your existing connection would support, assuming Kentucky American were willing to do this, a transfer of 2 million gallons a day. Is that right?
No.
No. What kind of connection do you have now?
We have a connection where we are able to provide to them almost 2 million gallons a day. But there is a difference in gradients, and so there would be required additional improvements to Kentucky American system to take water from Versailles back into our system.
And that'd be the pumping stations described in Mr. Heitzman's testimony, right?
Well, yes, but I disagree with Mr. Heitzman's assessment of the ability to build a pumping station for less than $100,000.
I understand. We're not talking millions of dollars, are we?
No.
Okay. And now you've sort of worked into what I had down as your fourth reason why you didn't think Versailles would work, which was some withdrawal permit restrictions. And I believe your counsel had made that an exhibit yesterday.
Yes.
Kentucky American Exhibit 2. It's the Versailles Water System Permit number 0258.
Yes.
And I know there's still some outstanding questions regarding getting an official version of that.
Yes.
Confirmation. But anyhow, is it Kentucky American's position that a company with a withdrawal permit that contains restrictions such as those set forth in T8 through T13 can never get more than that in a drought condition?
Well, I know our permit has very similar restrictions, and no, the Division of Water, when they put those restrictions on, are expecting you not to withdraw any additional water when the flow conditions in the river are at that point.
See, I didn't ask you if it was expected. I'm asking if it can be done.
Well, what I'm telling you is in our experience, it can't be done. That the Division of Water, when those restrictions are put in place, on those days when those conditions are met, that you have to meet those restrictions. And trust me, we've had quite a bit of experience at Kentucky American about making sure we meet those restrictions.
I'm sure you have. Which I guess leads me to the next question. Kentucky American has a permit for Pool 3, right?
Yes.
What's the withdrawal limit in September under that permit?
Now you're confusing things, but the withdrawal permit in September, the allowable withdrawals under our permit are on Pool 3 in September are 6 million gallons a day. However, there are not restrictions on the permit as on Versailles permit or on our Pool 9 permit.
Okay.
That's a different animal.
And the 6 million is the same limit in September, right?
No. The withdrawal, the allowed withdrawal is different than the restrictions that you get that are tied specifically to flow restrictions.
I understand what you're saying there, but what I'm asking was Kentucky American's withdrawal permit in September is likewise 6 million, right?
No. What I'm telling you is, when you're saying likewise, that's what I'm not understanding.
How about if I strike likewise and just ask you what the...
Okay, if you'll strike likewise, then I'll be happy to answer the question.
What's Kentucky American's permitted withdrawal from Pool 3 in the month of September?
Our permitted withdrawal is 6 MGD.
And if I understood you previously, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's your position that if there is a drought restriction on a permit, a company holding that permit with that drought restriction is not going to be able to draw more than that, ever.
That is correct.
So if Kentucky American has similar restrictions, it would never be able to get more than that.
Yes, but Kentucky American doesn't have those restrictions on the Pool 3 permit.
And is it possible those restrictions could come into place between now and the time the Pool 3 plant might be built?
I don't see why they would.
But do you see why they wouldn't?
Yes. I mean, they will only...
Let's move on. That's too speculative. That could happen or could not happen. Let's move on, Mr. Depp, please. I mean, really, all the commission's interested in is what the situation is now, not what could theoretically happen, down the road. Let's move on to the questioning, please.
Mr. Burwell, can you tell me what improvements Kentucky American's own facilities would need to make to accept water from Versailles, up to 2 million gallons?
Of 2 million gallons, we would need a booster pump station. We've done some preliminary modeling. There might have to be some distribution system improvements on the side, but we haven't done extensive modeling on it.
And as I understood previously, you said, would it be fair to characterize your testimony that might be, you disagree with Mr. Heitzman's testimony of it's roughly $150,000, but you still think
I think Mr. Heitzman's testimony was that it was $100,000 or less, and I disagree with that. Now, I agree that it's probably not millions of dollars.
$100,000?
I'm not going to try and speculate without having, I don't know what the property availability and whether piping would also have to be included as part of a backflow prevention, those sort of things to build a booster station out there. $500,000 would probably be a good assessment or less. But I guess it comes back to, again, if Versailles doesn't have the water on the days that Kentucky American needs it, there's no point in talking about it.
Let's look at Frankfurt for a second.
Sure.
You also said that, as I understood, there were two reasons why Kentucky American couldn't get any water, you thought, through Frankfurt. And the first of those, I thought, was there were some needed improvements on a Georgetown system, if any water were going to go through Georgetown.
Yes.
Do you have an understanding of what those improvements would cost?
Not to the extent, I know Georgetown has looked at the connection from Frankfurt into their system and the bottleneck that would have to be replaced. I think it was in the magnitude of in excess of $4 million just for that bottleneck. Their ability to get any water to Kentucky American at any of our connections, in a way, their gradient is almost 90 feet lower than ours. We would have to build a booster pump station. There would be some extensive improvements on the distribution side on both sides. That connection is an emergency connection on taking water when we have done it. Only works because Kentucky American system has been an emergency state and not on a normal operating state where we're trying to take water in and overcome our gradient.
Mr. Depp, let me stop you a second, if I may. In terms of interconnecting with Frankfurt, this is something that's confused me and maybe Commissioner Clay, I'm not sure, but in terms of if Kentucky American were to begin an interconnection with Frankfurt Plant Board today, where would the Kentucky River have to be crossed?
Not necessarily with an interconnection with Frankfurt. Bluegrass Water Supply Commission actually looked at a connection between Frankfurt and Kentucky American as a first phase before Frankfurt told them they didn't have the water available. And it was about a $36 million connection from Ducker's Lane on into Kentucky American system. And that was in 2005 that estimate was made.
Okay, well, let's put Bluegrass Water Supply Commission aside for just a minute. Okay. I'm just asking you, as an engineer for Kentucky American Water, and I understand you might not have studied this to maybe the degree that I'm asking, but just if you can answer the question, if Kentucky American were to interconnect with Frankfurt Plant Board in some fashion, somewhere, what I'm asking is, would the Kentucky River have to be crossed?
No.
In order to make that interconnection?
No.
Or has that's already been done? I mean, that's
already been done.
The water treatment plant is on the side of the river that Kentucky American would not require Kentucky American to cross under the river.
Yes, they have fairly extensive facilities out almost to the Franklin, Woodford County line.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. That actually raises a pretty good question for me, too. Does Kentucky American's proposed line, and I'm just referring to it because it's sitting up there, I believe it's the purple and black dotted line that runs along Ironworks Pike on the chart that's sitting in front of the room. Does that line ever cross the Frankfurt Plant Board's facilities?
I believe there is a close connection to the Frankfurt Plant Board. I don't recall specifically. I know that's provided as one of the data requests on our plans as to other facilities and who they cross. I know we cross Georgetown's, but I don't recall specifically if we cross Frankfurt's. If they are, they're fairly small. I know Frankfurt, in looking at connecting to our facilities, was going to have to build about a mile of pipeline to get there.
If we told you it was a 16-inch facility and Kentucky American's proposed route would cross a 16-inch Frankfurt Plant Board facility, would that surprise you?
No. What you're referring to is the 16-inch line that's going to Georgetown that's dedicated solely for the use of providing water to Georgetown, and I don't believe Frankfurt has considered connecting part of that crossing.
What's the capacity of that line again?
I'm sorry?
What's the capacity of the line, the 16-inch, say it's a 16-inch line, what's the capacity of that?
Well, I mean, a 16-inch line will provide you 5-6 million gallons a day. But again, it's my understanding that facility is specifically dedicated for Georgetown and can't be reversed to flow back into Frankfurt.
The entire capacity of that line is dedicated to Georgetown?
To the extent that Georgetown can take the water. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know the intimate details of how Frankfurt moves water around its system.
I think that was what I was going to ask, is how much has Kentucky American looked into this?
Of connecting, well, I mean, what you're suggesting is that we would have to build at least the piece all the way through Ironworks Park to connect to that 16-inch. When we talked to Frankfurt previously, that was not their connection point. They were wanting us to come all along US 421, but the distance is about the same, whether we tie onto that 16-inch or we tie onto the, I think it's a 16-inch or a 20-inch at Ducker's line. I mean, either way, there's a fairly extensive amount of pipe that has to be built to connect to Kentucky American.
So if I understand it then, if that line gets built, you could interconnect, Kentucky American could interconnect with Frankfurt's system, right?
Sure.
And that interconnection could supply 5 to 6 million gallons a day, right?
If Frankfurt has 5 to 6 million gallons a day to provide, but at this point they don't.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Mr. Heitzman's testimony takes a different position with respect to that?
Well, yes, I would agree that Mr. Heitzman, I think that's the whole reason we're here, is because I disagree with Mr. Heitzman's testimony.
And the design work for that route's already complete, right?
For a 42-inch pipeline?
Yes.
Yes.
Would it change much for a 16-inch pipeline, even if it's going to follow the same route?
Probably not, other than that the booster stations would have to be changed. I mean, there would be some changes, some alterations that would have to be made. But as far as the routing, no.
I might take just a
Sure.
sec, please. In light of the testimony that it's certainly possible that there could be crest gates installed at Dam 9, do you think Kentucky American has any obligation to evaluate that?
You know, I'm glad you asked me that, because I asked our attorney to talk about crest gates, and he refused to do so this morning. You know, I have a lot of testimony in front of this commission about crest gates, and I was really disappointed with some of the testimony yesterday talking about crest gates and the possibility of crest gates and the demands. In 1996, Dr. Lyndall Ormsby, in conjunction with the KWRRI, produced a study, which is in the record of 93-434, that talked about the crest gates and the reduction of the deficit in the basin, and particularly at Pool 9, based on the crest gates. There is, according to that study, and there's really nothing that has changed on the river since that study, other than the valve operations, and that was considered as part of that. There's a 3 billion gallon deficit at Pool 9. The crest gate at Pool 9, if it can be built, and I certainly hope that it can and that it will be in the future, will provide an additional 900 million gallons of storage in that pool. Certainly, Kentucky American would be interested in crest gates, but at this point, there are a lot of challenges with the operations, the maintenance, the installation of crest gates, and particularly a lot of unique challenges to crest gates at Pool 9 that have not been fully considered. And certainly to the degree that Mr. Heitzman is suggesting that those can be accelerated and put on in 2 years is, I believe, unreasonable.
So if crest gates can be added, I think you said they could add about approximately 900 million gallons of water.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, may I ask a question? On the concept of crest gates, do we talk about those being raised all the time, or just a drought period, or?
I'm glad you asked that. That's actually one of the issues that I think is one of the challenges that's going to be faced with crest gates, is when you put them up. Certainly the Kentucky River Basin has a tendency to to go up and come back down very quickly. A summer storm can raise the pool level 4, 5, 6 feet very, very quickly. So if you have to put them up at the beginning of the summer for them to be productive, but when do you lower them down so that you're making sure that you're not unduly affecting the areas that normally in the summer are not affected by high water levels?
Thank you, Mr.
Are you telling us now that Kentucky American has studied the installation of crest gates to provide additional water in Pool 9?
Kentucky American hasn't solely studied it. We've been involved in the discussions for probably, well, over a decade about the crest gates at Pool 9 and the potential for crest gates at Pool 9.
Okay, so if I'm looking at Kentucky American Water Company's response to cause second supplemental data request number 14, and that question is, can Dam 9 of the Kentucky River be improved by installation of gates or otherwise so as to provide additional water in the associated pool? If not, please explain and provide supporting documentation. If I told you that the response for the responsible witness, which is indicated you,
Yes.
was KAW has not studied this option, would that surprise you?
No, I think I just testified. We haven't specifically studied it. We've been involved with the KRA, with the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute. We had studied, I guess, the stability of Dam 9, but not specifically. Kentucky American has not specifically studied the installation of crest gates independently.
Do you think there's any obligation for Kentucky American to consider augmenting its supply now?
Well, I think the obligation continues to reside with the Kentucky River Authority, who we fully support and have been supportive of and continue to work with as part of the review of crest gates and the availability of crest gates.
So, just to make sure I understand that question, it's your position that as the applicant for a CPCN, Kentucky American is not required, in light of evidence that it's possible crest gates can be installed at Pool 9 to augment that supply, to consider that as a potential means of remedying Kentucky American's source of supply deficit that it alleges?
That's not what I said. What I said is I don't think it's our obligation to do a complete independent study of every single alternative, but we've looked at literally dozens of different alternatives and the potential of them and the feasibility of them and the cost of them. And certainly crest gates were considered back in the late 90s. They're continuing to move forward. To be honest with you, Mr. Depp, that's part of the reason that Kentucky American has not pushed for a plant that fully meets the entire drought deficit, the source of supply deficit, is because we are anticipating some augmentation of the storage and the availability of more water in the Kentucky River through the Kentucky River Authority in the next few years. I don't believe it can be done in the next 2 years.
Well, and if I understand that, what you're telling us, I think, is that, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, is that you haven't considered that because it's not a complete solution. Is that right?
No, I don't think you were listening when I was answering that. No, what I'm saying is it's part of a solution that we are considering as part of the entire deficit of the source of supply. But I don't believe it's an interim solution, as Mr. Heitzman has suggested. And it's certainly not something that's going to augment or diminish the capacity of the deficit that we have today.
You know what it would cost to install crest gates at Dam 9?
No. I've talked to a lot of different people, and it seems like the pricing is all over the board depending on what is designed and what's capable of being operated.
Is that because you think it's the Kentucky River Authority's responsibility to investigate that?
Well, again, Kentucky River Authority is responsible for the Kentucky River and the operations and the maintenance of the Kentucky River. There are certainly a lot of challenges that come with crest gates. There are different technologies for crest gates, and finding the right one that's suitable for the Kentucky River and the operations and maintenance of that is going to be a challenge. And I think the Kentucky River Authority still has a long way to go on developing that.
I think I'm moving on to my last topic here, so close to wrapping up. I know you testified that you had some concerns with respect to Louisville Water Company's timeline for the proposed pipeline. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that because there are some engineering obstacles that need to be overcome?
I think I discussed there were a number of obstacles that need to be overcome. I wouldn't classify them all as engineering.
Technical obstacles?
permitting, regulatory approval, contract negotiation, legal. I think there are a number of different obstacles that have to be overcome.
Go back to Kentucky American's response to data requests again for a second. 'Cause I understood you to be telling the commission something different previously. Would it surprise you to hear that the response to cause for supplemental data request 9, in response to a question about were there technical, legal, or engineering impediments to the Louisville Water Company option, if so, what were they, that you had responded, no?
That's correct. That was not for the option. That was, I believe, and without having the data request in front of me, I thought the question was asking, were there obstacles on why the project was previously
Would you like
stopped?
to see it?
I would like to see that.
Why don't you just show that to her in fairness to her, Mr. Dayett, and then maybe we can clear that up. If you would read the request into the record, Ms.
Okay.
Bridwell.
The question is, was the 1999 LFUCG resolution the only reason that Kentucky American decided not to continue the Louisville Water Company plan? The answer we responded to was no. Were there technical, engineering, and legal impediments to the Louisville Water Company option, and if so, what were they? And we responded no. Again, I think my answer was this was with relation to why we stopped the previous proposal, not my concerns with the schedule that Mr. Heitzman has laid out.
Perhaps I should stay up here again because I'm going to refer to a document that was produced. It's an email from you from May 17th of 1999. If I'm reading this right, maybe you can just tell me if I am. It says, water line plans are generally not that technical, and I hate to see unnecessary delays for minor details.
That's correct.
Do you know whether you have ever, Ms. Bridwell, indicated that a pipeline in Louisville can be designed, engineered, and built within 3 years?
Certainly.
What's the answer? Have you proposed that before?
I certainly proposed that. I talked about it extensively in the late 90s. That was before I had the experience of being in a Woodford County Fiscal Court meeting and getting booed out because of the opposition of people opposing it and the difficulties that might come with that.
And we're more than 3 years away from 2012, I think, aren't we?
Well, Mr. Heitzman's schedule was talking about getting water from Frankfort to Lexington by 2010, which by my assessment means there's a pipeline coming through Woodford County at a minimum to get that connection made by 2010.
Well, I think we may be talking about different pipelines, but I think that's
I haven't seen a different pipeline from Mr. Heitzman on that.
What is the maximum treatment capacity available to Kentucky American at Pool 9 at the, I believe it's the KRS-1 station?
Maximum treatment capacity of our rated plant capacity is 40 million gallons a day. We have a current temporary re-rating of 45 million gallons a day during certain summer months.
And just because I'm not an engineer and don't understand what some of these terms you've used mean, does that mean that the most you can ever pump on a day are those figures?
Absolutely not.
What's the most you can pump on a day?
Well, that depends on the raw water quality.
Let's assume raw water quality is pretty good.
If it's optimal and everything at the plant is working perfectly and up to speed and everything's working exactly the way it's supposed to be and the system demands are there, we can probably produce maybe closer to 50. That's not an operational situation that you want to continue. That's an emergency operation. That's the only way that Kentucky American has been able to meet its customers' demands for the last few years.
I think that's all we have.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Depp, thank you. Mr. Spinard, do you have questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Sproul.
19 years of service in May, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that there was a study in the late 80s, interconnection study, Alfred Burdick Howson, I may be mispronouncing that?
Yes.
Okay. This was identified in approximately 1986, this water supply deficit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we get a solution online in the year 2010, it will have taken approximately a quarter of a century to address the problem. Is that correct?
I believe your math is correct.
Okay, now, one of the things that you mentioned a little bit earlier in your testimony, we're talking in terms of opposition, and you had mentioned Woodford County, and part of how we got here today is that the Kentucky American Water Company decided to pursue a plan different from the Louisville Water Company plan back in 1999, in part because of opposition.
Yes, it was not just the opposition from Woodford County. We had a resolution from the Lexington Fayette Urban County government that is still their pending resolution that they have a preference for a Kentucky River solution.
Okay. We have some opposition to this plan. You've been to the public hearings and you've reviewed the record. You have opposition to this plan as well. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the opposition to this plan, as I understand it, and the opponents will speak for themselves, but as I understand it, is that there are a fair number of people who believe that this project is the first step to an eventual withdrawal point on the Ohio River. Is that your understanding of the opposition?
That's my understanding of some of the opposition, yes.
Okay, some of the opposition. That's a better characterization, some of the opposition. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Regardless of the activities of the Kentucky River Authority, water from the Ohio River, without regard to point of withdrawal, will have to be used in order to meet the future water supply needs of central Kentucky.
I think from my perspective at this point, I would have to disagree with that. I think the Kentucky River Authority has demonstrated that they are capable of and are planning to provide additional enhancements in the Kentucky River that certainly may offset the need to go to the Ohio River in the planning horizon that we're seeing. And it's too speculative for me to say whether out beyond 2030 that the needs will have to be met from the Ohio River.
And you testified this morning that obligation resides with the Kentucky River Authority.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of Pool 3, to your knowledge, and if you have an opinion, do you believe that the KRA will maintain the lock and dam facilities which impound Pool 3?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, and if you have an opinion, do you believe that the Kentucky River Authority will install a crest gate on Dam 9?
I believe they are working to that end. I think we will eventually see a crest gate on Dam 9. I think there are some challenges the Kentucky River Authority is going to have to overcome to have that installation happen.
And again, to your knowledge, and if you have an opinion, do you believe that the Kentucky River Authority will install a crest gate on Dam 10?
10, again, I believe is going to have some challenges. I know there's been at least one public meeting already about 10, that there was some significant opposition from property owners. I think that same thing is going to happen at 9 when it comes down to it. But I think there are some challenges there that the Kentucky River Authority is going to have to overcome, and I believe they can, to install crest gates, and I'm hopeful that they will in the planning horizon.
And if I understand correctly, you anticipate augmentation by the River Authority.
Yes.
What steps has Kentucky American Water Company taken to affirmatively assist the Kentucky River Authority with regard to such augmentation?
I guess our support of the Kentucky River Authority is limited because we do fund the Kentucky River Authority through our withdrawal fees. We certainly are supportive of the Kentucky River Authority at every opportunity that we get. We attend their meetings. We provide information when requested. We work with them closely, for example, on developing some of the contingency plans for the dams, looking at the dams. We provided additional financial support when we were looking at the stability study of Dam 10 when we were requested to do so. So there have been ways that we have tried to continue to be supportive of the Kentucky River Authority, but again, because we do pay withdrawal fees, there is a little bit of a limit to what we can do.
You were here yesterday during the hearing,
Yes.
and have you had a chance to examine any of the materials that were distributed by council for the Kentucky River Authority?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with any of the members of the River Authority or staff of the Kentucky River Authority since the November 2007 hearing?
Yes.
And what were the nature of those conversations?
Well, of course, Mr. Greer, as a member of the Kentucky River Authority, is also an ex officio member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Mr. Greer and I have worked together for a long time, and we frequently talk about a number of different issues. We talked about the crest gates at Dam 9 and the crest gates at Dam 10, and moving forward, I have not talked to any of the staff of the Kentucky River Authority since the November hearing.
Since the November hearing, do you have any knowledge that? Strike that. I'll withdraw that, and thank you for answering my questions.
Okay, Mr. Talley, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir.
My name is Bridwell.
Good morning, Mr.
I
Fitzgerald.
represent Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, and I have a handful of questions. If I am inartful in my questions, would you please ask me to rephrase so that we're clear about what I'm asking and what you're expected to respond to. Since the November hearing, has Kentucky American produced any study or report on the feasibility or costs of purchasing water from Versailles?
No.
Have you updated the numbers on the available yield of Pool 9 in light of the operation of the low-flow valves on the upstream dams?
No, because the operation of those valves has been included as part of the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute study.
That was the projected study before they'd actually been in operation?
Well, yes.
Okay, now that they've been in operation, have you gone back to see whether the projections have been matched by augmentation of yield within Pool 9?
Well, no, because we haven't experienced a drought of record since the valves have been in
But they've been
operation.
in operation twice, have they not, since the study was produced?
They have been open twice, yes.
Okay, and have you looked at how much additional flow they provided and how much they reduced the deficit in Pool 9?
I think what you're asking, the answer shortly is no, but again, without having a drought of record, it would be impossible to make that assessment. All you can do is, did the operations of the valves achieve the flow that was supposed to pass through them? And that did occur. I mean, we did look at that. But as far as a study on whether we reduced this deficit to the same amount, again, it's impossible to tell.
Do you know how much additional supply they provided over what the baseline would have been without operation of the valves?
Not off the top of my head, no.
How much they reduced the deficit that you mentioned is somewhere around $3 billion within Pool 9?
Well, again, that's a 3 billion gallon deficit during a drought of record.
Right. And I guess I'm mystified, and maybe you could clarify this for me. Kentucky American has been withdrawing water at Pool 9 for how long?
Since 1930.
And you've been aware that the Kentucky River Authority had plans to refurbish Dam 9?
Yes,
And the dam refurbishment is now almost completed?
yes,
And you're aware that they have plans to put crest gates on that?
yes.
You've indicated several times that there were challenges that the KRA will have to overcome.
Yes.
Explain to me why it is that with a proposal to install crest gates that you, by your own admission, indicate would reduce by almost a third the deficit in a drought of record, that you have not invested, or if you have invested, please disenamor me of this thought, but you haven't invested a cent in helping them overcome the challenges necessary to install those crest gates.
Well, I would disagree with you there.
What investment has Kentucky American made to assist in, other than paying fees?
Well, I was going to say
assist in-
Kentucky River Authority's fees, over half of their fees are from Kentucky American. So
Right.
I would say that's a pretty substantial investment we have made in the Kentucky River Authority pursuing improvements to Dam 9.
That's the
And
price that you pay for withdrawing water, is that, I'm sorry.
Would you not interrupt? Thank you.
Well, I mean, to the extent that we are paying those fees, I mean, that's the mission of the Kentucky River Authority. And certainly if they are looking at additional monies, we would think they would come out of additional fees, not simply a payment from Kentucky American, because the ability to provide water from any of the upstream pools it certainly enhances the ability for all of the downstream users, and that's why all of the users pay the fees.
Let me ask this in a different way. Have you evaluated the alternative of investing additional sums to help accelerate the resolution of the challenges that you repeatedly indicate face the Kentucky River Authority in installation of the crest gates?
No.
Have you offered in-kind services?
Again, because of the way we're regulated as a withdrawal, I guess, participant, because we pay those withdrawal fees, I know there are some limited opportunities for us to provide additional fees, additional in-kind services, and so certainly to the extent that we can work with the Kentucky River Authority and have been asked, we have done so.
You pay fees, occupational fees to Lexington, Fayette Urban County government.
Yes,
Have you donated money to Lexington, Fayette Urban County government over the years for various civic causes?
certainly.
Nothing in your charter would prohibit you doing the same for the Kentucky River Authority.
Not in our charter, but I know when we were asked to contribute to the for instance, the Kentucky River Sweep, the clean sweep, we actually sought and received an ethics opinion that as a regulated utility paying the withdrawal fees, we weren't able to do so.
Does your company own water, the large parent company own water supply impoundments?
Yes.
Is it fair to say they have a pretty wide range of expertise in the management and the of water supply impoundments?
Somewhat. Some of it is contracted out through consultants.
Did you ever offer the Kentucky River Authority that expertise to help them overcome these challenges that you say exist to the installation of the crest gates?
I don't believe that American Water owns crest gates anywhere, and they certainly provide a unique challenge for water impoundments.
And have you ever offered any funding or any support to try to overcome those challenges in a more expedited fashion,
No.
even though it would reduce your drought of record by fully a third?
Well, again, those challenges, we haven't been asked to do so.
You haven't offered either, have you?
No.
Have you discussed with the Kentucky River Authority the time frame for their issuance of an RFP on installation of those gates?
No.
Have you discussed with them whether they intend to go forward with them in the time frame that they anticipate?
Other than the correspondence that's been received and my conversations with the board member, Mr. Greer, no.
Have you evaluated the, I'm sorry, this was something else I was somewhat surprised. I guess I should have picked up on this earlier. Did you testify earlier that there's about a mile gap between your lines and Frankfurt's line up to Georgetown that would need to be bridged in order for you, assuming the water was available, to connect to Frankfurt's existing system?
No. It's my understanding from talking to Frankfurt, there's a mile between our proposed pipeline and where they would want to connect in.
Okay, and how much of that length of your line would you have to build in order to make that connection?
Basically, all of the purple section except where it deviates off and comes all the way and then makes it almost a 90-degree turn.
How much do you think, just roughly, would that be in terms of it's a 31-mile pipeline, how many miles do you think, roughly?
I can't say off the top of my head. I'm trying to do the math in my
More
head. I
than
mean,
half,
it's
less
pretty
than
much, it's about half, maybe a little less than half because it's everything on the discharge side of the booster station practically.
Okay, and what is what's the cost of the pipeline now?
I'm
What's the
sorry?
cost of the pipeline, capital cost?
I don't have that information off the top of my head. I think that's been submitted as a data request.
Would it be fair to say there would probably be roughly half of that in order to make that connection?
Yes.
Okay. Any insurmountable engineering challenges in making that connection?
Well, other than constructing all of the line, no.
Okay. Have you checked with Frankfurt to see whether they anticipate having, or what yield they could safely provide through that line? Or let me back up and ask, first of all, do you know whether the entire line is dedicated to Georgetown's needs?
Well, now, again, you're referring back to the line that's...
16-inch line.
Yeah, the 16-inch that's being crossed. It was my understanding from Frankfurt that that was not the connection that they wanted to make, that they wanted to construct an additional mile of pipeline to make that connection, if they were to tie into the system. And yes, we have investigated with Frankfurt through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission on their availability of providing water into that pipeline. And they said in 2005 that they could not provide any water, and have since done a study that, they said at that point that they could provide 1 million gallons a day, and they've since had a study that said they couldn't provide anything.
Okay. Now, you're aware that Frankfurt is now in process of negotiation with Louisville?
Yes.
They're anticipating that they will have, on the other end of their system, some additional capacity available?
Yes.
Okay, and assuming that capacity were available, that would free up a certain amount of capacity on the east side of their system.
Well, again, I think that's a pretty broad assumption, but yes.
Okay, just humor me for a second. Assuming that broad assumption that it would free up capacity on the east side, are you suggesting that it could be, if a connection was made at that 16-inch line, that you could connect without a construction of any additional piping?
Other than the half of the pipeline that we have in front of us, that would have to be constructed.
Okay.
And the portion, I think that's the whole point of Mr. Heitzman's testimony, is he's saying he can build a line to Frankfurt, and we can still build the line from Frankfurt to Kentucky American, so yes.
And it's physically capable of transporting, say, 5 to 6 MGT?
Well, if the facilities are built, and it depends on the capacity of the lines that are built.
So, have you explored any public-private partnership or other relationship with Kentucky American or Kentucky River Authority on Pool and Dam 10?
No.
Okay. Have you received a commitment from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission since our last hearing for the 20% equity interest that's due by April 1st?
Not of the equity interest or any of the other two options that they have as part of that
So
agreement.
they haven't elected anything?
Not at this point, no.
Any idea how they're doing in raising that $60 million to help spend down the cost of their participation?
No.
Have you commissioned or completed a safe yield study for Pool 3 since the last hearing?
Not since the last hearing.
You mentioned your disagreement with Mr. Solomon regarding a number of things that you said were already, and this is my word, embedded in the modeling,
Yes.
ongoing and expanded conservation. Have you implemented any more aggressive program for ongoing and expanded conservation since the last hearing?
Have we implemented any since the last hearing? No.
Have you implemented any more aggressive program for reducing your non-revenue water loss?
Since the last hearing, no.
Do you have any policy at Kentucky American, and I just have a handful more questions, Ms. Brickman, I appreciate your patience with me. Do you have any policy regarding the purchase of finished water by Kentucky American in order to meet its water needs?
A specific policy?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm aware of.
Any general policies?
Not that I'm aware of. We have looked at a number of different alternatives. I think Kentucky American has been open to any alternative.
Have you ever stated in a meeting or a public gathering that Kentucky American will not purchase finished water in order to address its needs?
I don't recall ever having said that, since we were certainly looking for a lot of years at purchasing water from the Louisville Water Company to meet its needs. And we purchase water from other systems currently.
You purchase from Georgetown, in fact, is that correct?
No, not on a regular basis, no.
But on an emergency basis?
We have purchased water on an emergency basis.
And is that water that they produce, or is that water that comes to them from Frankfurt?
it's my understanding that's water that they generally produce, but I don't know specifically how that water gets into their system.
And what circumstances have caused you to purchase water from Georgetown?
We had a break on our 24-inch water line that feeds the Toyota Motor Manufacturing plant.
Okay, and what time of year was that?
It's occurred twice. It seems like it was in the spring both times, the early, maybe February, and then again March or April.
You testified earlier that you'd already considered, that Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water Supply Commission had already considered and rejected the Versailles option.
Yes.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Kentucky American has rejected it, but Bluegrass Supply Commission and Versailles had offered it.
Well, I think if you go back to the January 2007 minutes, the program manager makes a recommendation. He talks about the different options, and he makes a recommendation to go with the Kentucky American solution and not pursue any of the other alternatives from Frankfort, the city of Versailles. And the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission voted on that recommendation and moved forward with contributing to the design. Now, if that's not a rejection of the other two, then maybe that's just a misinterpretation, but that was the way I certainly perceived it.
Did Kentucky American ever express any interest in pursuing that option?
No, as I said, we looked at it and did not believe that it was cost-effective or feasible.
Cost-effective or feasible, okay. And then you mentioned earlier that the cost. What do you estimate the cost to be, assuming availability of 2 MGD, to get that Versailles water into your system?
The 2 MGD, basically, in addition to the facilities that Frankfurt would have to build or Versailles, I believe I talked to, answered with Mr. Depp, somewhere less than $500,000 on our side. But again, it, as I think I testified to, it doesn't make any sense to even build those facilities for a short term when they don't have water like they didn't have in 2007 to even provide 2 million gallons a day.
Have you had any conversations regarding, with the Division of Water or the Kentucky River Authority, regarding the augmentation of the raw water supply to Versailles in order to allow them to have additional yield?
Not any more than we have had conversations about how we augment our existing supply at Pool 9.
Now, Pool 9 is constrained not only for supply but also capacity, is that correct?
Well, but, I mean, you're mixing the treatment plant deficit and the source of supply deficit.
I'm just asking whether there's
So,
both.
I mean, certainly there is a capacity deficit that exists at our 2 plants, which rely on Pool 9, and a source of supply deficit at Pool 9. There's also a source of supply deficit at Pool 5.
But there is not a treatment deficit in the city of Versailles with respect to providing 2 to 3 MGD, according to GRW's letter.
2 to 3, no, there is not a treatment plant. I mean, they certainly have the rated capacity.
Okay, so it's really not apples and apples. Pool 9, you have both treatment and supply deficit.
That's correct.
And at 5, they would simply have a need for supply to be able to wheel that to you.
Yes.
Okay. And you think, assuming that you said it's not cost effective, we're talking 2 MGD for a cost of less than $500,000?
Yes, but again, it's a facility that would be installed that within 2 to 5 years would never be used again.
Well, now, we're planning for a peak need that is going to reoccur how often?
Well, I mean, the peak need, I mean, if nothing else, in 2002, we saw a peak day demand that's already in excess of our rated capacity. So, certainly we're ongoing with peak needs on a regular basis. We've seen, I think, something like 17 days of demand in excess of our rated capacity of our plants already.
But you were able to provide that?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a second. I think I may be done. I'm going to resist the temptation to ask if you all have a document retention and destruction policy. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Bridwell.
Mr. Bain, do you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Hughes, do you have any questions? No. Mr. Barbary?
I had a couple, Your Honor.
Okay.
Morning, Ms. Bridwell.
Morning, Mr. Barbary.
I wanted to follow up on the challenges that you've briefly discussed earlier. I recall you listing one of them, and I think it's the only one you listed unless I missed something, about what the timing of the crest gates would be. Could you list all of the other challenges that you're aware of with respect to crest gates?
The timing issue because is important because of the impact on property owners and the use of their property. What you normally see is when you're installing the crest gates, and I'll try and be brief about this. When you're installing the crest gates, you're essentially raising the water level in that pool during summer months when the pool would not normally be that high. So if you have people that are using that property during the summer months for farming, for agriculture, for any recreational activities, they now have the potential of having the land being disturbed during summer months if they get a rain event, those sort of things that wouldn't normally occur. Additionally, Pool 9 has the Valley View Ferry through it. There are limits on when the Valley View Ferry can operate during high water events. And again, if you have the crest gate up during the summer and you suddenly get a rainstorm and you've now added 2 feet of water on top of the crest gate, unless you have the ability of immediately releasing that water, you have the potential of shutting down the Valley View Ferry during a time when it normally would be able to operate. So I think there is going to be a public perception, based on my experience of the public meetings we had just about the Pool 10 crest gates and raising Pool 10, there is going to be some opposition that's going to have to be overcome about those challenges in Pool 9.
Other than what you just described, are you aware of any other operational or maintenance challenge with crest gates?
Well, yes. I'll try and be brief. Depending on the technology you select, the crest gates can or cannot be overtopped without significant amount of maintenance. So depending on what you design, for instance, one of the technologies that was looked at were these huge, almost like airplane wings that would go up and down, and they are very difficult to maintain if they're constantly being overtopped. If you look at a rubber inflatable, then you're having to put facilities to maintain that rubber inflatable dam essentially down in the floodplain. The facilities are remote. So it's not like that there's someplace, a lot of places where I've seen them operating, such as up in Columbus, they're out in the middle of a suburb and they're fully manned facilities, and so if there are thing that comes along, it's not like you're trying to remotely operate them from miles and miles away, you have someone there. So I think these are things that all can be overcome. I just think there are some challenges that are going to be presented with crest gates.
If one were to assume that crest gates were ultimately implemented, and that was a supplement to you all's supply, would you anticipate that you all have to increase your ability to treat water at the Pool 9 treatment plant?
No. I think what that does, first of all, I want to be very clear that I don't believe in any way, shape, and form that if those crest gates are installed, that the Kentucky American is going to be allowed to take all of the water, that the storage. I think that will also be, there will be some restrictions placed so that other downstream users will be able to access some of that water. But what that does is hopefully lift the floor off and the restrictions off of our current permit at Pool 9 and allow us to more fully utilize the facilities that we have.
Do you know whether the KRA withdrawal fee is passed through to your customers?
Yes, it is.
I don't have any other questions.
If crest gates are installed on Dam 9, and this has probably been asked and answered, but gone over my head, if crest gates are installed at Pool 9, you had responded to one of Mr. Fitzgerald's questions that not only do you have is there a source of supply deficit in your Station 1 there at Pool 9, but there's also a treatment plant deficit. So if the crest gates were installed and there were an extra 900 million gallons retained behind those crest gates, in order to meet your projected demand, what would have to be done from a treatment plant standpoint at that facility?
You would still have to expand the treatment plant capacity of projected up to, I think it's almost 20 million gallons a day through the planning horizon.
So you're at 40 now, or 45?
We're at 40. We have a temporary re-rating for 45, but we believe that with the coming regulations, we're not going to be able to continue with that re-rating.
And there's enough real estate, or enough, you have enough real estate at that location to add an extra 20 million gallon?
No. When we looked at this previously as part of the alternatives, we were looking at 99, we would have to bring additional water from Pool 9 into the Richmond Road Station. There is land at the Richmond Road Station to potentially build facilities, and that was one of the alternatives we were considering when it looked like there may be an opportunity to eliminate the source of supply deficit entirely through Kentucky River enhancements at Pool 9 or above.
Well, so are you saying that there would not, and we're speaking hypothetically here, that there would not be any plan to enhance the treatment plant capability there on the Kentucky River? It would all be done at the Richmond Road treatment facility?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be required in terms of putting new main in the ground to bring the raw water to the Richmond Road facility?
That's actually one of the bottlenecks that we have at this point. There's one single 30-inch raw water line. We would have to probably put a parallel line, a much larger parallel line. It's about 14 and a half miles into the Richmond Road plant, coming primarily along Old Richmond Road and then in through town. Of course, it's right there at our facilities. And then, of course, you would have to build the treatment facilities at the Richmond Road Station if you could.
Has Kentucky American costed that out?
We looked at it in the late 90s as part of the alternatives that we were previously looking at that I think are part of this case.
Do you have a recollection as to what the approximate cost was back in the late 90s for that?
Not off the top of my head. I can certainly provide the commission with it.
It's okay. I'm just curious. Okay. Mr. Woocher, do you have any questions?
Just a few, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Witcher.
Just to follow up on the question Mr. Barbary had asked before, is it correct that there is a surcharge on Kentucky American Water Company's customers' bills to directly pay the River Authority withdrawal fees?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so when you stated before that Kentucky American had paid for, had made contributions to the River Authority through the withdrawal fees, actually the customers are paying for it?
Yes, of course, that's where all of our money comes from, so yes.
Now, has the Kentucky River Authority ever asked for contributions from Kentucky American? Aside from the withdrawal fee, which is more of a bill than a request for funds.
There was a study done on the stability of Pool 10 that I think was jointly shared, the cost of it. The Kentucky River Authority asked for assistance on those costs. To be honest with you, I don't remember. I want to say it was the late 90s, early 2000s. Again, it was cost sharing. Kentucky American did help with that with that study, but I think beyond that, no, they haven't asked for anything else.
Is it correct the River Authority has the authority to issue bonds to pay for improvements on the river?
That's my understanding, yes.
And I take it that the withdrawal fees can be, it has the authority to adjust those withdrawal fees accordingly to cover the debt service on those bonds?
Now we're getting a little bit out of my realm. I think
But
they
to
have.
the extent that you know, if you don't know.
Yes, I think there. I mean, I think there requires some either budgetary. I mean, I think their withdrawal fees are approved through the legislative budget, but I don't remember exactly how that works exactly.
So to the extent that there's a need identified by the River Authority, it has options other than asking for consistent with its statutory duty. It has options available to fund that. Studies or get the required experts necessary to review the improvements that are needed on the river?
Certainly, that's my understanding, yes.
And I take it to the extent that it hasn't done that, that's simply a reflection of the River Authority's priorities.
Yes.
Going back for a moment to the Versailles connection, you mentioned a figure of about $500,000 or no more than $500,000 on Kentucky American's side to bring water from Versailles into its system?
Yes.
Is that
Do you have a more specific figure, or is that your ballpark estimate?
That's a ballpark estimate. What we looked at was specifically a snapshot of the gradients. One of the challenges we would have is basically there's a long length of line out to Versailles that we're basically pumping from one of our tanks. Depending on whether that tank is running or not, it significantly impacts the gradient at that point of connection. So when we're looking, I mean, it's not a simple matter of dropping a pump in and only overcoming 85 feet of head. We would need to do some pretty extensive modeling. I believe there may be, just because of the lack of demands in the area of that connection, there may be having some piping improvements. If not, you're basically working at certain times of the day against our own tanks, which would be kind of a waste of energy. So that was one of the things that when we started looking at and the problems that came with the Versailles connection, we simply rejected that.
Does that address yours and George? Getting the water through. You've looked now? Never mind. Going on with that, you had mentioned, I think Mr. Heinzman stated yesterday that an added benefit of the connection was the ability to access water in times of emergency, even after the source of supply problem is resolved. Would you agree that if you don't look at the Versailles solution, or the Versailles proposal as an interim solution of a problem, but simply as a means of interconnecting Versailles system with Kentucky American, that there might be some merit to the proposal?
Well, again, I think it becomes a cost implication, and when you're looking at the cost of those facilities and their ability to provide any water at the times that you're needing it, even on if it's a winter time. I mean, Kentucky American has an average demand in excess of 40 million gallons a day. So when you're talking about an emergency connection for 2 million gallons a day out in an area of our system that doesn't have a lot of demands, quite frankly, I believe there are other more cost-effective ways of providing reliability on our system than for 2 million gallons a day. I would get more benefit, quite frankly, out of building a 2 or 3 million gallon storage tank than putting that in.
So the interconnection now allows Kentucky American to sell to Versailles.
That's correct.
So to summarize briefly then, the current situation allows for some emergency relief for Versailles, but you're saying the emergency relief that Versailles might provide to Kentucky American is really not necessary.
Well, I think there are other ways to get even better emergency relief within our own system.
Let's go for a moment to the 16-inch connection, or cross connection for the 42-inch line that Kentucky American's building, the 16-inch connection for Georgetown. Is it correct that connection is not intended to supply any water to Frankfort?
That's my understanding.
Okay. When the system was originally, or when you did your initial modeling, I think at that time, Frankfort was still intended for some sales to Frankfort.
Yes, but that was not the point of connection that Frankfort told us that they were interested in.
Okay. The, I guess, announced decision of Frankfort to drop out of the consortium, or at least not to be part of the package for the 5 million gallons, does that in any way affect the modeling that was done for the 42-inch line?
No.
Is it your understanding that Georgetown still intends to have that connection and to purchase water from Kentucky American?
We have not discussed with Georgetown specifically where they would like a connection. I think there are other places where we can cross Georgetown facilities. In addition, as we've discussed, we have a connection into Georgetown, whether they intend to take water there instead of building a new connection. We have recently built an interconnection with them on US 62. That may be a point where they're looking to take additional water.
On the forecasting of forecasted demand, is the method that you used, or the Kentucky American has used to forecast demand in this case, is that the same type of modeling method that is used by Kentucky American to forecast expected revenues in a rate adjustment proceeding?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bridwell. That's all we have.
Mr. Bridwell, you testified earlier today that Kentucky American had evaluated the Louisville Water Company proposal 4 times, once in the late 80s, once in the late 90s. The Bluegrass Water Supply Commission proposals, I think you listed that as the 3rd one, and then you listed as the 4th and most recent the fact that Kentucky American had employed Gannett Fleming to make an evaluation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you're aware, of course, because you gave testimony, that we had a hearing in November, and you are also aware, I presume, that Louisville Water Company has made or has refined, if that's my term, refined their proposal to some extent through testimony in this case, which has led to this supplemental hearing. What I'd like to know is, has Kentucky American sat down or attempted to sit down with Louisville Water Company between the hearing in November and the hearing today to attempt to explore some sort of joint venture or some sort of partnership in order to supply water to Central Kentucky?
No. The proposal that was presented in November, and then again, I guess has been presented as new, which I didn't see anything substantially new, continues to not be the cheapest project in Kentucky American's opinion. So no, we have not, I guess, no, we have not explored.
But I mean, what's new is that Frankfort is now, City of Frankfort is now pulled out of the, has pulled out of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, but has cast its lot, if you will, with Louisville Water. I mean, that's different, right?
Yes.
And that's a substantial difference, wouldn't you agree?
Well, to the extent when we evaluated this prior to the November hearing, actually Kentucky American's proposal without the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, if all of them pulled out, if all of them did their own thing, was still cheaper than Kentucky American working with the Louisville Water Company. That's our position, and simply because Frankfort has now joined in on this water management group, the facilities that they have been proposed still have to be built. Louisville Water Company hasn't suggested that the price of water has gone down. In fact, if anything, I believe there may be an opportunity now that Frankfort, if they choose to own the line, is going to want to wheel water with an excess charge on it to Kentucky American.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Kentucky American Water's position that it's too expensive has been determined as a result of, I guess, of this proceeding, and as a result of folks talking sort of in pleadings and in the press and in meetings at council chambers in Lexington and those kinds of things. Is that right? I mean, has Kentucky American representatives of Kentucky American Water sat down and across the table from Louisville Water at any point since the November hearing and said, you know what, is there some way we can resolve this? Is there some method by which you can provide us water more reasonably than construction of the water treatment plant at Pool 3?
No, sir.
Why? Why is that not happening? From Kentucky American standpoint.
I mean, from our perspective, we have the cheapest proposal after years and years of analysis that we have designed and that we need to go about getting built. And so I guess to the extent that Kentucky American has seen, I think Mr. Turner described it as this dream or this idea that Louisville Water Company keeps proposing that we have evaluated and evaluated and evaluated. I guess to the extent that we see that as an attempt to simply delay progress and not necessarily get a better project built. And so, no, we have not sat down with them to have any further discussions.
All right. Now, the only other question I have involves the bids. Yesterday, when he gave his opening, Mr. Turner, I think his exact words were, "The bids are in hand and ready to be accepted." Would you tell the commission what the status of the bids are for the Pool 3 treatment plant? I mean, I understand that the bids have been opened and that those have been disseminated to the parties, or at least to the commission. I think the parties, I'm not sure. But at any rate, what's the status of the bids? Have they expired, or are they, I mean, all the vendors and the contractors ready to go to work by virtue of the bids that were opened back in February?
The bids were actually opened in November. They had a 90-day.
They were opened in November, okay. There was a drop dead date in February.
In early February, they were set to expire. We asked all three of the contractors to provide us with an extension of 30 days on those bids with no additional cost, which they all agreed to. We have, in the last week, received revised bids that would extend the bids through another, I think it's another 60 days through the early May. They're on different schedules, so they're slightly different, but about the first week of May. Of course, these are all still subject to negotiation with the contractors, but the revised bids we received included the water treatment plant, an increase on the water treatment plant of $2,323,000 or $158. On the mains, the revision of the extension of the bid, or the revised bid, was an increase of $3,049,356, and on the booster pump station and tank, the revised bid is an increase of $80,000 or $80,880, for a total increase of revised bids now of $5,453,394.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
No, sir.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Ms. Bridwell, if crest gates are put on Dam 9, and if 900 million gallons of water is impounded, will Kentucky American have access to all of that water?
No.
If you did have access to all of it, how much water would be available to you each day during the projected drought of record of 183 days, approximately, if you know?
Slightly less than 5 million gallons a day.
Would that be less than or approximately 25% of your source of supply deficit?
Of the current source of supply deficit, yes.
Have you served on the KRA board?
No.
Have you been in attendance at KRA meetings?
Yes, up until a couple of years ago, I probably attended every single meeting and subcommittee meeting.
From time to time, have you been called on to offer your expertise on various subjects in front of the KRA?
Yes, sir.
Have you done that willingly?
Yes.
On company time?
Yes.
Do you still have difficulty with the proposed completion schedule, timingly, if that's such a word, of the Louisville Water Company idea?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any recross by any, I won't go through each party, but we'll start with you, Mr. Dett.
I have maybe two questions,
Okay.
and I think that's it. You just testified that there were some revised bids received for what I call the Pool 3 proposal, is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me is there a revised completion date associated with the Pool 3 proposal in light of those revised bids?
No.
It stays the same?
Yes.
And can you tell me, if crest gates were installed at Dam 9, is it possible Kentucky American could get a different withdrawal permit from that pool than the one it currently has?
We would have to apply for a new one, but there is the potential of seeing the restrictions perhaps improved upon it.
That's all. If I might, I would like to just clarify the record from earlier. I was referring to a map, and I believe that was Exhibit 8 to Mr. Heitzman's testimony filed on February 11th. I just want the record to reflect that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spinard, Mr. Fitzgerald, anybody else have any further recross? Okay.
Ms. Critwell, would you look at the response to post-hearing data requests for January 9th from Kentucky American? There is a chart in response to Public Service Commission data request 1. And if you would look at number 3 there,
Yes.
Which talks about the expansion of Kentucky American water facilities. In response to the chairman's question about when you had most recently considered expansion of the facilities up to 80 MGD capability, what does the chart say?
Well, the chart was an estimated capital cost of $80 million, $300,000 in 2006.
2006, okay. You indicated it was 1999, so is it your testimony now that it was considered in the end of 2006?
Well, and not entirely, and let me explain, if you will let me just a minute. When this was done, it was certainly done in the manner of what could you physically do at the Kentucky River Station to expand that. We did not look at, as part of this evaluation, it was really just what was the cost if we wanted to expand the Kentucky River Station. The problem is that the consideration, the fatal flaw there, in addition to not having reliable supply, is that there's not the land and the footprint available to do it. It was simply, okay, if we estimate what these facilities might do, quite frankly, we were pretty landlocked down there. So when we looked at it in '99 as a realistic alternative, it was done in a manner of at the Richmond Road Station. So I guess yes to the correction that I need to make. There were slightly different evaluations.
Is this an unrealistic evaluation of what the cost would be?
Well, the cost is I think probably realistic, but whether it's really feasible because there's not land available there. I mean, we have a nature conservancy that's adjacent to us that I don't think there's going to be any way that we would be able to get land to provide this footprint.
Can you describe for me, just read for me, what was considered in the cost for item 3 there?
And it says, increase reliable capacity of existing facilities to 80 MGD, including upgrades to the intake, the Kentucky River Station, raw water transmission line to Richmond Road Station, improvements to the Richmond Road Station, and improvements to the distribution system.
And you're saying that did not include the physical footprint of the additional changes that would be needed to raise your treatment capacity to 80 MGD?
And I'm mistaken. And now that you've had me read this, I realize that I am mistaken, that we had talked about expanding the Kentucky River Station. The evaluation was back to the Richmond Road Station. And I appreciate, I'm sorry if I misled the commission there.
I'm not trying to trip up. Just an answer to the chairman's question. In 2006, you had a ballpark of $80 million.
Of $80 million, yes.
And that was rejected because the raw water capacity was not available.
Yes.
Have you had any conversation with the Division of Water or Kentucky River Authority about how much of the additional 900 million gallons impounded by the crest gates would be available to Kentucky American Water?
Yes, and they refuse to answer. And every time I try and get an answer from them, they won't tell me. They say, when it happens, we'll talk about it.
Okay, and who is they?
I've had conversations previously with Mr. Smothers, who's now retired, Bill Caldwell with the Division of Water, the folks that do the water withdrawal permits.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, have you talked to the Kentucky River Authority regarding what other demands exist in that pool for water withdrawal?
Well, since the Kentucky River Authority doesn't have anything to do with the withdrawal permits, we haven't necessarily talked specifically to them about how that would impact it.
Can you tell me, or can you tell the commission, who else withdraws from that pool? That you would be in potential competition for that additional water?
Well, it's not just the withdrawals from that pool, it's all the downstream users that are affected, particularly Pool 8. And I think that's the city of Nicholasville withdrawals from Pool 8. And I think that's the biggest contention right now is that we were receiving water in 2007 into Pool 9, and there was no water going over the dam into Pool 8, and they had some water quality challenges there. So to the extent where there's more water added into 9, I don't think Kentucky American is going to be able to simply continue to mine that pool and not have that additional water augmenting everyone downstream.
Okay, but has that conversation been had about how much would be retained for use and how much of this additional $900 million of capacity would be flowed downstream?
No, and that, well, I mean, I guess to the extent that I testify, we've had that, we haven't been able to get an answer from that.
And a letter was sent, which is in the record, I think it was from the president of the company, asking the Kentucky River Authority to expedite their plans on Pool 3, or Dam 3, in terms of reconstruction or new construction of the dam, because of the intent of Kentucky American to construct a plant and associated pipelines to that pool. Do you recall that letter?
Yes.
Did you ever send a similar letter asking the Kentucky River Authority to expedite the installation of crest gates on 9 in order to provide additional raw water capacity at the existing intake?
No, I think we were encouraging them. I think I sent a letter asking them to focus their priorities on expanding 10 because it's upstream of us rather than in the pool itself. And Pool 10 is bigger, and we were encouraging actually a permanent raise rather than crest gates because of the challenges with crest gates.
Okay, now that dam is still owned by the Corps?
No,
Okay, it's owned by the state.
it's owned by the.
But they're waiting for federal money for that project, is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
9 is not waiting for federal money.
That's correct.
9 is completed?
Well, 9 has the funding and is under construction for the rehabilitation of the dam.
And so, do I understand that you've not communicated with them to ask the River Authority to expedite the installation of crest gates on 9?
No.
I don't have any other questions. I'm going to steal back now.
Anything, any further recross? Mr. Barbary? Mr. Fitzgerald, I know you need to go, but can you wait? I don't think Mr. Barbary's got any. Can you wait just a minute?
And I have no questions for the other witnesses, so I would be comfortable if, we can talk about it in just a second if you want to go ahead
Okay.
and wrap up the rebuttal on the other witnesses.
Okay.
Use the term overtopped. I just need to know what that means.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the Kentucky River Authority, right now, the dams are essentially fixed weirs that the water continues to flow over. A lot of dams will have a spillway that bypasses them, and so the gate would have a constant flow, or they would have to construct a spillway around it.
Thanks.
Anything further? Mr. Butcher, do you have anything? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bidwell. You may step aside. Okay, counsel, Mr. Fitzgerald indicated that he needs to get over to the committee room over there to provide some testimony. And Mr. Fitzgerald, would you tell me again what you just said? You don't think you have any questions for?
If you give me just 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
No. I put on Mike Miller and Harold Walker.
Okay, to talk about the study.
I'm going to put Miller on to talk about, you just need to make a decision whether or not you want to stay and listen or leave. Okay? You can listen if you want to.
Mr. Chairman, I was trying to find out from Mr. Ingram what the substance of the additional testimony is. I hate I would have no questions of Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Miller regarding the access to capital and regarding the best.
I think you're actually going to offer Walker and Miller, right?
I'm sorry, Walker.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you wouldn't have any questions for them?
I don't.
Okay.
And so I do not have a problem with.
Well, I appreciate that.
Because I know you just, we're time limited.
But we were prepared to make arrangements maybe to come back, but it would actually help the commission if we could go on.
Why don't you go ahead and do it?
Okay, well, thank you.
And I'll be back here probably by the time it wraps up.
Okay.
We have a briefing schedule set, and I understand there may be a request for
and I'm not sure if the request is going to happen for an additional informal conference, not to change the schedule for briefing and everything, we would have no objection to that as well.
Okay.
That does come up.
Okay.
But I will go ahead, and I appreciate your willingness to indulge me, but I'm not going to. No, I'm going to go work on it. Whether we should move it. I've got some documents to destroy.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. I suspect Mr. Fitzgerald is going over to testify about a bill or two that affects this commission. I might need to follow him over there and see what he has to say, just to protect my interest, but I don't guess I can.
That was the subject of my inquiry of him, that if he was going to go promote the amendment to 278-020, I wanted to go with him.
Chairman, I get blamed for some of the worst things.
Well, that's to your credit.
Mr. Fitzgerald, thank you very much. We'll look for you back, and if you don't make it back, we certainly understand. And thank you, sir, for your participation and your cooperation. Okay, in light of that, we've been going since about 10 after 8. Why don't we take a short break, and then we'll plow forward with the other two witnesses. And I don't know that they'll take that long, but we'll see. Let's come back at 5. Let's come back at 10 after the hour. Okay, we're back on the record in case number 2007-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Yeah, except for Mr. Fitzgerald, who indicated that it was okay with him if we went ahead and proceeded, as he has to go over to the legislature and provide some testimony over in the committee room. Mr. Ingram, go ahead and call your next witness, please.
Mr. Miller, please.
No, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
State your name, please.
My name is Michael A. Miller.
Who you work for?
I work for American Water Works Service Company. In that capacity, I'm also the Assistant Treasurer of Kentucky American Water Company.
Do you do rate work for Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you do rate work for other companies?
Yes, sir. West Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, occasionally Virginia.
Are you involved in the financial affairs of those other companies?
Absolutely.
Did you provide testimony in the hearing we had in this case in November?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you reviewed Mr. Heitzman's testimony that is the subject of this hearing today to the extent that he has suggested that 100% tax-exempt financing is available for the water line that he proposes to construct?
I have.
Do you have an opinion on his representation?
Essentially what Mr. Heitzman represents is that the entire section from Route 53, I'll call it, to Lexington could be financed with 100% tax-exempt debt. He indicates now a portion of that could be funded or constructed and financed by what he defines as a loosely knit group, Shelby Franklin Water Management Group. And he throws out some possibilities of who could possibly do the section from Frankfort to Lexington.
Do you disagree with his belief that those facilities can be constructed entirely with tax-free money?
It is my opinion that it is not possible to fund that entire length of pipeline with tax-exempt debt.
Would you explain that opinion, please?
Certainly. My opinion is formulated on this basic premise, that 80% of the output, the service, if you will, of the Louisville pipeline proposal would be providing service to Kentucky American Water Company, a private entity. Our Internal Revenue Service Code 141 says this: if 10% or more of the proceeds of tax-exempt bonds are, 1, secured by interest in property used for a private use, or 2, the revenue stream to support those tax-exempt bonds is derived from more than 10% of revenues from a private use, then what IRS Code 141 says, that those are private activity bonds. It is my opinion that the scenario that I've just described for the Louisville pipeline proposal meets that private activity test.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not there is other financing available for this line?
Well, certainly, when I speak of private activity, that does not mean there's not tax-exempt debt available for this project. Just means there are limitations on how much.
What are those limitations, Mr. Miller?
Those limitations are set by the IRS. The IRS establishes the amount of private activity capital allocation that's available for each state each year. In Kentucky's case, approximately half of that capital allocation each year for private activity goes to the Housing Development Fund, slightly more than half historically. In 2007, approximately 20% of those capital allocations were available for local user pool, I'll call those, and that's about $71 million of cap allocation available for those purposes. In Kentucky, the limit on those local user funds pool would be that any one project is limited to capital allocations at $17.5 million per year. I'm talking about 2007, per year per project. Therefore, in the Louisville pipeline proposal, our estimate is approximately $130 million for that pipeline, the entire length. That if it was constructed over 3 years, you would have $52.5 million maximum tax-exempt private activity cap allocations available. Under the best case scenario, it would be 4 years or $70 million of cap allocations. Therefore, under either of the scenarios that I've just described, it is not possible to fund the entire length of Section 2 of the pipeline with tax-exempt financing.
With those...
I'm sorry.
No,
I was saying, therefore, the model that Dr. Wetzel has put forth regarding the Louisville pipeline that assumes 100% tax-exempt debt understates his financial model and understates the true present worth of the Louisville pipeline proposal.
With the same type of tax-free financing that you've just testified to is conceivably available to Louisville Water Company, or the group that potentially will build and own Section 2A, likewise available to Kentucky American Water Company and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Absolutely. In Kentucky and most other states, we refer to these type of bonds as industrial development bonds. Kentucky American is free to pursue those cap allocations, the same as any of the other entities that I've mentioned here, including Louisville, the Shelby Franklin Group, Bluegrass Water Commission, whoever.
Are any of those capital allocation funds that are authorized to the Commonwealth of Kentucky available for projects in 2008?
I've researched that, and my research at this point indicates that the entire cap allocation for the year 2008 has already been allotted.
Do you know what financing cost Mr. Walker, who will testify after you, has included in his present worth analysis of the Kentucky American proposal and the Louisville Water Company idea?
Yes, sir. I worked with Mr. Walker in developing the model that he's going to talk about here a little later. We assessed this private activity capital allocation issue, and I asked Mr. Walker to rerun his model, breaking it down into Section 2A, which would be the pipeline from Route 53 to Frankfort, and 2B, which would be the piece from Frankfort to Lexington, and for us to, the most conservative way, utilize the maximum $70 million private activity cap allocation in that model.
Let me change subjects on you, Mr. Miller, if I may, and let me direct your attention to Table 4.1 of the revised R.W. Beck study, which is on page 4.2. Do you have that table in front of you?
I have Table 4.4-1 of Dr. Wetzel's testimony in front of me. Yes, sir.
Am I correct that in this table, Dr. Wetzel attempts to quantify a rate increase for 3 different scenarios?
Yes, sir.
Have you studied his methodology?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you agree with the concepts he has used in making his determinations?
I absolutely do not agree on a number of counts.
Do you know how many counts you disagree with?
I could probably come up with more, but there's 5 I would like to talk about.
Would you talk about them in any order that you see fit, please?
Thank you. Well, the first issue that I would like to bring up is, it deals, for my purposes, the first...
Hold on a second, Mr. Ingram needs to have a 30-second timeout.
I was concerned that perhaps you didn't hear my directive to Mr. Miller to focus his attention on Table 4.1 of the Beck study, and I really wanted the commissioners to follow this.
Okay, all right, I'm with you.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I wouldn't have done that. I would not have been so impudent were it not so important, Your Honor.
I'm a multitasker, Mr. Ingram.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
On Table 4.1, for my ease, I've labeled them Column 1, Column 2, Column 3. Column 1 being what Dr. Wetzel refers to as the CAWS response, which I think was the original response to their data request, number 13. Column 2 being what he refers to as the R.W. Beck model for Pool 3. And the third column, which he calls 80%, 20% public Louisville pipeline project. My first issue deals with the first line under that, which says initial gross plant. I would just like to point out that he has utilized the cost from November. He has not updated those for the bid cost of our project, for the Pool 3 project. I would also like to point out in column 2, regarding that initial gross plant number, under the R.W. Beck column 2, that he's used an inappropriate price based on our bids of $167 million, but that entire column is calculated using the entire rate base, even though he's used the wrong number, for the Pool 3 option. And Kentucky American will only be absorbing or paying for, and our ratepayers will only be asked to pay for 80% of that project. Therefore, Dr. Wetzel's model overstates the rate base on which he's calculated the rate impact from that column 2 by over $35 million of rate base.
Do you have an issue with the depreciation expense in this model?
Yes, and that would be in the column 3 model, in column 3 of the table.
Will you explain your
Yes, sir.
difference?
If you notice there on the depreciation expense, he has $3,594,000 in column 1, $3,236,000 in column 2, and $760,000 in column 3. If you just simply do the math there, column 1 is about 2.2% depreciation rate, column 2 is about 1.93, and Mr. Walker's model that he used in November, we calculated the depreciation rate composite for the actual facilities being built at about 1.68%, or about 70 years. In column 3, Dr. Wetzel uses $760,000, which equates to a rate of 0.67%, less than 1%, or a life of 150 years. If he had used the proper depreciation number in that column, it would be $1.9 million, approximately. The next area that I have an issue with Dr. Wetzel's model here, again, deals with column 3. And it's the wholesale water cost, $2,996,000. While he uses 100% of the rate base above, he uses 80% of 6 million gallons a day constant flow, or 4.8 million gallons per day, to calculate that $2,996,000. I think we've made Kentucky American's position clear here. We have a source of supply deficit of 20 million gallons a day. In order to assure that supply to the Kentucky American customers at the 2-to-1 ratio talked about by Louisville Water Company, Kentucky American has no alternative. There's no flexibility but to buy those 10 million gallons a day if we want to reserve 20 million gallons of capacity. If you price out that number at 10 million gallons a day for a year, the price goes to over $6 million. So again, my issue here is Dr. Wetzel's understated that number by over $3 million. My last area of concern with Dr. Wetzel's model deals with the revenue gross-up factor. You will see that on here in all 3 columns at 1.654077%. I believe this was a point of issue at our November hearing. And Kentucky American and Mr. Walker had indicated that Dr. Wetzel had inappropriately used that gross-up factor to arrive at his pre-tax weighted cost of capital, and had therefore overstated the present worth to our detriment of the Kentucky Pool 3 model in his option. Upon cross, his reason for using that gross-up factor was that he said Mr. Miller had used that in a data response that was prepared in May or June of 2007. And in preparation for this hearing, sometimes it takes a little while for the light to come into my head, but I realized that I had inappropriately used that gross-up factor in my response to those data requests. Upon realizing that error, in preparation for this hearing, I prepared and had Mr. Ingram on our behalf, Kentucky American's behalf, file an update to the original PSC DR1 number 31 this past Friday, February 15th, to correct my error from that previous response to the data request. The reason that I say Dr. Wetzel has inappropriately used that in not only his financial model, that gross-up factor, but in this rate calculation is this. What that gross-up factor is utilized for in a rate case, a normal rate case environment, would be the company at present rates would determine the deficiency it has in utility operating income. The proper assumption given that is that entire utility operating income deficiency is driven by an erosion of earnings. And if in fact at present rates the return on equity was more than 0, there's enough money there to pay the debt, the interest expense. Therefore, you engross up the entire utility operating income deficiency to arrive at the revenue requirement because it's assumed to be all equity. And my issue here, and what come to my realization prior to the hearing and preparation for this hearing, is that we're not looking at a revenue deficiency type situation in assessing the rate impact from this project. We are trying to determine what is the rate impact from this incremental piece of rate base and the capital that Kentucky American would deploy to build these facilities. Therefore, this gross-up factor should have only been applied to the equity piece of our overall weighted cost of capital as authorized by this commission. And that is a major factor that Dr. Wetzel has carried forward, even though we pointed it out in November, and now he's carried it over into his rate impact schedule that he's presented as new evidence at this hearing. And I believe that's absolutely inappropriate and incorrect.
Miller, have you prepared a document consisting that we'll call Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 12, consisting of a number of pages to demonstrate your opinion about how the rate impact of these two proposals ought to be calculated?
Yes, sir, I have.
I would like to have identified, please, the document that's being distributed as Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 12.
Thank you. Let me ask a question while you're doing that. Mr. Miller, are you saying that the error that you made and that you was just uncovered and which Mr. Ingram just provided to the parties on Friday, was that the gross up, did you make an error on the gross up
Yes,
factor?
sir. I had used that
Okay.
gross up factor in the response to several data requests last year,
And you-
which I would normally use my rate model to do that. I had done that in error. Once I realized that, I corrected it.
And so you're saying that that the Wetzel report carried that incorrect gross up factor through to what we see here today in his
Yes.
report, is that correct?
I think his present worth of $172 million for the Louisville pipeline project is significantly understated due to this issue. I'm sorry. Let me correct what I just said, Chairman. Very, very sorry. What I meant to say was the $282 million present worth for the Pool 3 project.
What was the amount?
I believe it to be approximately $282 million. Dr. Wetzel's number, which what he says is the 20-year present worth of the Pool 3 option. That number is significantly overstated due to this error that he's carried into his models.
Okay.
And Mr. Walker will be able to quantify that for you with the testimony he's going to provide.
And how was that error conveyed, how was Mr. Miller's error conveyed to the other parties, Mr. Ingram?
Well, first of all, it was conveyed by my cross-examination of Dr. Wetzel at the hearing in November. Secondly, it was conveyed to all the parties electronically on Friday by an amendment to the previous PSC data request.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead with your...
I apologize to interrupt, but and maybe Mr. Ingram can clarify this for me. It appears to me that what we've got is really more data than what was provided on Friday, February 29th.
Sure it is.
And
Yes, sir.
I'm concerned about the opportunity to address it. I guess the question in my head is, when was this stuff prepared? And I'm concerned about it. It's our ability to be able to rebut this, and
It is not your opportunity for rebuttal. It is our opportunity for rebuttal and your opportunity to cross-examine the rebuttal witness.
well, if I might correct my statement, then I guess I should have said that I'm concerned about our ability to cross-examine on something so complex that it appears. I guess in shorthand, I'd just say I'm afraid.
Well, why don't you let Mr. Wetzel, or Dr. Wetzel rather, have a copy of it and let him be perusing it while Mr. Ingram asks and inquires from Mr. Miller, and then if you want us to skip you and go to other cross-examination and give Dr. Wetzel an opportunity to take a look at this so you can properly cross-examine Mr. Miller, so we'll certainly accommodate you in that regard.
I think an opportunity to confer with Dr. Wetzel, or perhaps to call him as a server.
No, sir. There's not going to be any server rebuttal in this case. If the procedural order does not provide for server rebuttal, and we can be here till this time next month if we permit server rebuttal. That's the purpose for permitting you to offer any testimony, any written testimony that you wanted to offer, and the procedural schedule was set up so that rebuttal witnesses could be offered. There's going to be no sir rebuttal. So the extent of what, of your challenge to this information is going to be, Mr. Depp, through cross-examination. So I just want to make that clear to everybody.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to step on Mr. Depp. Would we be able to take maybe 15 minutes so Mr. Depp can confer with Mr. Wetzel?
I think so. I mean, we're going to be fair. We're going to be fair to everybody and let Dr. Wetzel consult with counsel on this, but we're not going to put Dr. Wetzel or anybody else back on the stand in terms of
I
sir
understand.
rebuttal.
If we could just, when they're done, if we could
Okay.
just take 15 minutes and Mr. Depp can talk with Dr. Wetzel, who is now looking at this information.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Stringer.
Mr. Miller, let me direct your attention to the first page of Exhibit 12. Was this information prepared by you?
It was?
Was it finalized very recently?
Yes, sir.
What do you attempt to show on page 1 of Kentucky Americans Exhibit 12? Or let me change that question, please. What do you show on page 1 of Kentucky Americans Exhibit 12?
Well, let me first state that the reason I prepared this schedule was in direct response to these 3 columns that were placed in Dr. Wetzel's testimony. And to rebut those, I've now told you why I have a problem with those. I want to also tell you what I think the right numbers to be. And as far as the potential rate impact from the Pool 3 project, which I did set this schedule up at the 20 million gallon options, assuming Bluegrass Water does not take one of the options that Kentucky American has provided them, and at the 25 million gallon option, assuming that Bluegrass Water does. The green columns 1 and 4, deal with the Pool 3 project. Columns 2 and 5 deal with the Louisville pipeline project with 100% Kentucky American ownership in the 20 million and an 80-20% split between Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water for the ownership of the pipeline. The third option that I show in each scenario, or the columns 3 and column 6, are based upon the revised models that Mr. Walker will talk about, where we broke the project down, as Mr. Heitzman has suggested, between the section from Route 53 to Frankfort being Section 2A, and the section from Frankfort to Lexington being 2B, utilizing what I testified earlier about a maximum of $70 million per maximum capital allocation for private activity bonds, and also bringing in an estimate, what I consider a very reasonable estimate of the calculation of the wheeling charge, very conservative estimate of what the wheeling charge would be to Kentucky American from the pipeline Section 2A.
Now,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. I'm finished.
Let me direct your attention to the first block on this page, and column 1, which I understand you to have said is your calculation of the rate impact of Kentucky American's Pool 3 project, considering 20 million gallons per day with 100% Kentucky American ownership. Am I right?
That's correct.
And in the year 2010, you estimate that the rate impact on a monthly basis for the average residential bill will be $8.62. Am I correct?
That's correct.
For a percentage increase of 36.81?
That's correct.
Now, have you also estimated the same cost in column 2 for a 20 million gallon Louisville Water Company pipeline project, 100% owned by Kentucky American Water Company?
That's what that represents, yes, sir.
And what would be that rate impact in the year 2012?
That would be 39.09% or $9.16 per average residential customer per month.
That would be essentially the November 2007 proposal of Louisville Water Company. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is your third column designed to be compatible with the March 2008 proposal of Louisville Water Company
Yes, sir.
with respect to ownership and financing?
Yes, sir.
Have you calculated the average monthly impact in terms of percentage in dollars for the year 2012 with the current Louisville Water Company proposal?
Yes, sir, I have.
What are those numbers?
33.55% and $7.86 per month per average residential customer.
Is that impact for the year 2012 less than the monthly impact you calculated in 2010 for the Kentucky American project?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me direct your attention to the lower one-third of the first block on this page, where you have carried those three individual calculations forward to the year 2016. First of all, sorry, Connie, Ms. Sewell, sorry. First of all, why did you carry those calculations forward to the year 2016?
Because that is the year that Louisville Water Company has indicated that they will have a cumulative rate increase applied to the purchase water expense and price that Kentucky American would have to pay.
In moving your calculations from the years 2010 for Kentucky American and 2012 for Louisville Water Company in the first scenario into 2016 in your second group of calculations, has the relative value of capital for each project compared to operation and maintenance expense over a 20-year period played a part?
Yes, sir. The basic difference in the rate-making issues regarding the Pool 3 option and the Louisville pipeline option is that the rate impact of the Kentucky American Pool 3 option will decrease over the life of that project due to the depreciation of our utility plant. And another reason is that the Pool 3 option is much more heavily weighted towards the capital investment or the rate base than the Louisville pipeline. Vice versa, the Louisville pipeline is much more heavily weighted to O&M expenses, primarily the purchase water expense. So then in order to evaluate the rate impact, as Mr. Walker's done in his model from a present worth standpoint, you have to look at this over the life. But the point that I wanted to make is that because of what I just described, the heavy capital rate base aspect of Pool 3 versus the heavy O&M aspect of the Louisville pipeline, that the breakover point when the rates impact to Kentucky American's customer occurs is in 2016.
What do you estimate the rate impact to Kentucky American customers in 2016 to be?
It would increase, and this is from present rates, okay?
Yes.
Which I want to make it clear, that's a declining amount from what it would have been in 2010. It's 35.18% or $8.24 a month.
What do you estimate the rate to be for the November 2007 proposal of Louisville Water Company?
40.89% or $9.58 per customer, which is along the lines of what I said, is higher than what it would have been in 2012.
And in like fashion, what do you estimate the rate impact to be in the year 2016 for the March 2008 Louisville Water Company idea?
36.27% and $8.50 per month per residential customer.
Which would be higher than your estimate for the rate impact of the Kentucky American project on the average residential customer in the year 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Miller, I'm not going to take you through the same calculations for the same questions for the 25 million gallon per day option, but those are shown in the second rectangle on this page. Am I right?
Correct.
Now, let me ask you if for each one of these calculations you have provided an attachment indicated with a various appendix level, or appendix letter.
That's correct.
Let me direct your attention to appendix C, please. And would you briefly go down the right-hand column where you have calculated the 2012 revenue requirement for the 20 million gallon per day Louisville pipeline project? Basically, as quickly as you can, with accuracy, tell the interested parties here how you did the calculation and what's involved in the rationale for your decisions, please.
Thank you. I began with the rate base, or if you will, the initial utility plant from the project. Mr. Ingram's asked me to speak of Appendix C. Just let me quantify. That's based on the total construction cost estimate of Kentucky American for the entire 2A, 2B section of the Louisville pipeline of $130.725 million. The assumptions are 100% ownership of Section 2A by the Shelby Fayette Water Management Group and 100% ownership of the Section 2B by Kentucky American Water Company. This is intended to be the rate impact to Kentucky American's customers. So the $75,524,000 that you see beginning in that column that you mentioned, Mr. Ingram, would be the beginning of the year rate base, or the completed cost of the project for Section 2B, which would be owned by Kentucky American. Therefore, we have to recover that as rate base from Kentucky American's customers. I reduced the utility plant investment of $75 million by our depreciation expense from year one, $1,247,000, and a deferred income tax impact to arrive at what we would say year-end rate base.
Is that $73,748,000?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Then, and this is a major difference I talked about earlier, I multiplied that by Kentucky American's currently authorized weighted cost of capital with the equity portion of that grossed up to arrive at a pre-tax weighted cost of capital of 10.75%, not 1.65 as I had incorrectly done previously, to arrive at a revenue requirement on rate base of $7,928,000. So then what I have to do then is add back expenses to that return or revenue impact from rate base, the O&M expense, various O&M expenses attributable to this scenario that we've looked at here. Obviously, I have to recover the depreciation expense, $1,247,000. I was able to take from the models that were done back in November and the updates done by Mr. Walker. I took the allocated portion of the O&M expenses that would be attributable to Section 2A, and I priced the wholesale charges from Louisville Water Company at 10 million gallons times $1.71 to arrive at a wholesale purchase price of $6,279,000. Under the basic assumption that Shelby, Franklin, or any other entity is not going to provide that service at Frankfort to Kentucky American for free, Mr. Walker and I, calculated what a wheeling cost would be on a very conservative basis.
How did you calculate the wheeling cost?
We broke it into three sections. First of all, the capital component of Section 2A would be tied to the tax-exempt financing that was utilized to fund the entire section of pipe called Section 2A. It would have been a loan we used the 4.7, I'm sorry, we used a portion of low-interest loans from an entity such as KIA to the max that we thought was attributable to that, plus the remaining balance of that tax-exempt financing being at 4.7%, plus the principal repayment over 20 years to arrive at that debt service payment, an annual cost of $3,432. Again, that was allocated to Kentucky American on a basis of 25/30ths, assuming that that pipeline would carry 30 million gallons and that Frankfort would be taking 5 and the remaining 20 25ths. that Kentucky American would get 20/25ths of that capacity so that we would have 20/25ths of the capital cost. We did the same thing to the O&M cost associated with the Section 2A pipeline, and we used what I consider a very conservative markup of 10% to say that Frankfort, Shelby, or Frankfort, or some other entity is not going to do that just for cost, that they're going to want some markup to that. So we marked it up 10% for the wheeling charge. That's how we arrived at the total rate impact of $20,406,000, or a 33.55% increase for that option.
The methodology that you have just described was used for all of your calculations, with the exception, I take it, that for Kentucky American's routing, you don't impute any wheeling charges, right?
No, sir. And we don't on the Louisville pipeline when under the option that Kentucky American 100% owned it. Would not be a need for a wheeling charge there.
Sure. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Depp, do you want some time?
I think that would be nice from our perspective.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you like to have your time now, or would you like for me to go on with the other parties and see if they have cross-examination, and then go from there?
I don't mean to answer Mr. Depp. I think we would very much like to have our time.
No, I'm not saying you'd be absent from the hearing room. I'm saying that we would go on and do the rest of the cross-examination, and then put you all at the end. And then if you still needed time at the end, we'd give you time. But I don't want to complicate things. Let's.
I think it would be fine, Your Honor. I just didn't want to be absent.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wasn't.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's okay. I wasn't suggesting that.
We'll just wait.
Okay. So we'll skip over LWC for now. Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do, and I'm going to see if I can get them answered on cross-examination. Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Spinard.
The exhibit that you handed out today that's got the two blocks with the three different rows, it's the one that's the green and the yellow top exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Has this previously been supplied to any party in this proceeding?
No, sir.
Since the November 2007 hearing, has the Kentucky American Water Company supplied any of the parties with an update, other than this update, with an update regarding the average monthly cost for the projected monthly cost for the average residential customer?
Yes, sir. I believe we did provide some updated information as part of the post-hearing exhibits. We did that, and I did those calculations to reflect the changes that were attributable to the bid cost, Mr. Spinard. But at that time, I did not realize that I had continued to use the inappropriate gross-up factor of 1.65.
Okay. One second, please. Okay, I'll ask. On the materials that were sent out on Friday, February 29th, there is at least some overlap between the schedules that you have, that I have attached to the Kentucky American Water Company's data response sent out on Friday, and the materials that have been distributed today. Is that correct?
Mr. Spinard, I believe, subject to me checking here real quick, with the updated data response I provided last Friday, I believe that would be the same as the column 2 on the summary sheet, and it would be the same as Appendix B, subject to check. I believe those are the exact same numbers that were in the Friday update.
Yeah. I'm not sure that needs to be. Mr. Chairman, if you'll just bear with me for just a minute. Second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spinard, I think I meant to say column 1.
Well, Mr. Miller, was the estimated increase in average residential monthly bill from the source of supply project that's listed in column 1, was that information available on Friday, February 29th?
Yes.
And is there any particular reason that information wasn't sent along with the materials?
Yes. Your Honor, I think everything that Mr. Miller has testified to, including in detail as an example the manner in which he made one of these calculations, is the rebuttal testimony that we have every right by this Commission's order to put on to rebut the R.W. Beck study with respect to rate impact. Now, honestly, when Mr. Miller and I first discussed this, I said to him, let's summarize what you're going to testify to in written form with spreadsheets so it will be real easy for every party to follow what you're going to say. I could have provided his testimony without the aid to existing parties of these spreadsheets. I chose not to do that in an effort to be as fair to them as I possibly could, in an effort to make his testimony very understandable and concise so anybody can look at it and cross-examine him if they choose to do it.
Our response is fairly limited. They didn't have to call Mr. Miller. So in one sense, if they didn't want to put on a rebuttal case, that's fine. But at the November hearing, this appears in Volume 3, beginning on page 117, we had made a request for this type of information if there were any material changes or any updates to it. And that's one of the things that is important to us. And what we were just trying to do at this stage is get to the bottom of whether or not our understanding of the estimated average monthly increase was correct. And I think that we've got that cleared up now as between Kentucky American and the Attorney General's office. Okay. I think we can move on. Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions we have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Talley, you have questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald's not here. Mr. Bain? Mr. Hughes? Mr. Barbary? Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Barbary. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
Fine.
I believe Ms. Bridwell testified earlier today that there were some updated bid numbers. I just wanted to get a feel for whether those are reflected in the newest numbers you've provided today.
No, sir, they're not.
Okay. Do you have an opinion about what the impact of those revised numbers would be?
Mr. Walker and I generally describe that. I believe he's at least run some models that would give us an indication of what impact that would have on his present worth based on the bid cost. And I think, I mean, generally, we're talking about an increase in rate base here from what I've used for the Pool 3 project. I mean, I could give you some very general numbers, but I'd rather not do that.
Okay. The other question I have, and it's probably fairly obvious, but I wanted to make sure that these are just being, I guess it would be with respect to both your updated data response as well as the additional information from today. Your actual recovery is going to be based upon what the rate of return is in the next rate case.
That's right.
And this is just, if I understand it correctly, this is just showing that that's going to be the same regardless of what the project's going to be, the variance between the particular projects that are being proposed?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, the ultimate rate impact of this project or any other project that Kentucky American does is going to be determined in the context of a general rate filing. And what this is meant to be is just to simply be an illustrative what I feel is a very strong, reasonable estimate of what the rate impacts could be from these types of projects. And what I utilized is the latest weighted cost of capital authorized by this commission in 2004, and any other factors that were applicable, including the newest depreciation rates, which we do now have based on the settlement of our 2007 rate case. So it's as up to date as I can make it with what I know, but certainly all those cost of service elements could change in the context of a future rate case.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. All right, before I turn to commission staff, we're going to go ahead and take that break, and we're going to go back to Louisville Water. You say you need 15 minutes? Okay. We'll give you 17, 18 minutes. Let's come back at 20 minutes after the hour, and then be prepared to start the cross-examination. Okay, we'll be back on the record. In case number 2007-134, let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel except for Mr. Fitzgerald, who indicated that he doesn't mind us going forward. Okay, Mr. Depp, would you like to question Mr. Miller?
I think I'm going to give it a shot.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Depp. How are you, sir?
All right. Did I understand a minute ago that the reason for this new chart, which I think is the front page of Kentucky American Exhibit 12, was to correct an error that you made that was discovered between Friday, February 29th, when counsel for Kentucky American served a supplemental data response, and the day of this hearing today?
No, you did not hear me correctly at all, sir. My reason for preparing this schedule that you referenced here is in direct rebuttal to Table 4.1 and Dr. Wetzel's testimony.
Okay, so this doesn't correct any mistake in anything that you've previously done?
No, I filed the response to PSC DR 1, number 31, last Friday.
And it's your position that that chart is consistent with the data that is contained in this, although this may contain more than was contained in that response, correct?
Well, let me put it in my words instead of yours. The information contained in the updated response to PSC data request 31 is contained in column 1 for only the year 2010, I believe. And the other information on here was prepared in response to rebut Mr. Dr. Wetzel's Table 4.1.
Okay. And if I understood you, you previously said that one of the problems you had with Dr. Wetzel's Table 4.1, a lot of documents here, so excuse me if I'm switching stuff around. Dr. Wetzel's Table 4.1 on page 4.2 of the R.W. Beck study. Do you have a copy of that page? Okay, good. If we look at what I think you refer to as column 2, the R.W. Beck Model KAWC Pool 3 project, are you with me on that column?
Yes, sir.
If we go across the line called rate base, I see the number 164,183. And I don't know if you have a calculator or not. If not, I can give you one.
I prefer to use my own if I could be.
That's fine.
I know mine gets the right numbers.
I've had problems with this calculator before.
You've got a funny one and you can't enter it as 2 minus 1 equals 1. Is that a special one that they issue you from New Jersey?
No, sir. This is a West Virginia calculator.
Oh, West Virginia. Okay. That gives me a lot of confidence.
It doesn't have any shoes on.
I was always under the misperception that lawyers and accountants have the same type of calculators. But anyhow, if we were to take that 164,183 and to multiply that by the 7.75% WCC, I may slip up, call it WAC or something, currently authorized in the row below that, what number would we come up with?
multiply 164 times 775, you'd come up with 12,724,000.
Okay, can you read me the number contained in line 3 there? I'm sorry, the UOI under column 2.
It says 10,179,000.
Can you take the number you got by multiplying those two numbers previously, the 164,183 and the 7.75?
If
You lose it already?
I had multiplied 164 times 7.75%, I got 12,724,000.
So you did 164,183 times 7.75, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That product that you got, the 12 number, can you multiply that times 0.8 for me and read me the answer?
Subject to check, it appears that Dr. Wetzel, I get 10,179,000. He's taking that times 80%.
So the number in the row,
10,179,000. Mm-hmm.
and I'd be correct to say that's the number that's in the row under column 2 called UOI. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any basis, or can you explain to me why that might be the case?
It appears that he's, at some point in a formula, one of the problems I had reviewing this table was that Dr. Wetzel didn't provide any of the backup from which he got these numbers.
Well, I believe it's been provided since, but let's go to the question first, and we can get to that, please. Do you have any basis to understand why that 10,179 number might appear there?
It appears that he has attempted to imply that 80% of the rate base would be attributable to Kentucky American Water Company. That's what it appears to be.
And that would be directly at odds, would it not, with your allegation that he failed to do that?
It appears that you've corrected me. Like I said, I couldn't see the backup for these numbers. I had no idea how he got them.
So now we have another mistake that needs to be corrected.
Well, that doesn't change a number of things that I mentioned earlier, just to reiterate them, that he used the wrong beginning initial gross plant, they used the wrong gross up factor.
Right.
But in regards to that, I stand corrected. It appears he's used 80% of the rate base.
Okay. If we turn to, do you have Kentucky American Exhibit 12 with you?
Is that yes, I have that.
Okay. If you would please, turn with me to Appendix B. And at the top of that page, in bold text, I see a line, it's what, that's 6 lines down. Total construction costs estimated $132.291 million. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me the basis for that number?
Yes, sir. Developed that number, or I obtained that number from working with Ms. Bridwell and Mr. Walker, starting with the estimated cost of the Louisville pipeline. I think it was in Mr. Walker's model in November. It added soft cost, AFUDC, and inflated it at 3% per year to bring it up to what they called, I think, I'm not sure which year, but it was starting with 07, so they inflated it by 3% each year. Still think that's a reasonable number. There's been no bids for this cost, for this project. Actually, we think, based upon the current inflation trends that you would look at for construction expenditures, that the 3% estimate is very conservative for inflation. And I indicate it's an estimate, sir.
Okay. Would you also indicate that it's not the same number that RW Beck used in its report?
I agree, because Mr. Beck used 167, he used 113 million again. That was one of the issues I had. There was no backup. I couldn't determine where the 113 million came from.
But would it be correct that if we use the 113, it could have a beneficial effect on the rate impact you've calculated for Louisville Water Company, correct?
I mean, it could if it were the right number, but I don't agree with you that it's the right number.
If you would please, turn with me now to Appendix C of the same document.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking, it's the first numerical line at the column on the right. I believe it corresponds with beginning of year rate base.
Mm-hmm.
That 75,524, can you explain to me where that comes from again?
I think, again, you'll be able to get that from Mr. Walker's updated model, but the estimate of that cost, first of all, let me say, we broke it down on Section 2A and 2B based on the testimony of Mr. Heitzman that said 2A was going to be from Route 53 near Shelbyville to Frankfort, near the interconnection that they would make to Frankfort if they were to run the 24-inch line. That was the assumption. From that point on was 2B. So we're still coming back in this model that you see here for Section C to a total cost of $132. But Section 2B piece would be rate-based to Kentucky American. So it's our estimate of what portion of the $132 million that you just walked me through is applicable to what we call Section 2B, or Frankfort to Lexington.
So could you, from that number, figure out for me a rough cost per foot, per linear foot?
No, I think you need to talk to either Ms. Bridwell or Mr. Walker about that.
Well, I don't believe either of them submitted this testimony today on rebuttal.
It's in Mr. Walker's, it's going to be in Mr. Walker's model. I mean, the construction estimates are there.
But you don't have an understanding of how this number, the 75,524, would translate into a linear cost per foot of the portion of the pipeline that you're referring to as Section 2B, as I understand it, Frankfort to Lexington.
It's based on the estimate that was used in November to arrive at what Kentucky American said the cost of the Louisville pipeline project would be.
Did you, in reaching that conclusion, did you include the possible effects of any other public entities along that route contributing to the expense associated with constructing that portion of the pipeline?
I guess if we were to try to run this model with all the infinite possibilities, we would never get done. No, sir. What this is predicated on is exactly what Louisville Water has proposed here in this hearing today, that this pipeline would be run from Shelbyville to Frankfort and on to Lexington, and that Frankfort Plant Board is going to buy some water. We assume 5 million gallons. I have not assumed anything else, that there could be lines running north and south of that line serving everybody, except that I think there's a real issue with what you just said. It's all about the capacity in that pipeline. And so we based our estimate here based on the capacity that's been stated to be in that pipeline.
At any point when you were working with this model, did Kentucky American try and find a way where the Louisville pipeline solution perhaps could be beneficial to Kentucky American's ratepayers?
I mean, are you asking me to just manufacture some model that would show that? Well, certainly I'm not going to do that. What I'll work with is facts here. The facts, as I understand it, taken from the record of this hearing. Based on those facts, I've put together what the cost of the Louisville water proposal would be. I'm not going to go looking for some magical formula that will make it more cost beneficiary to Kentucky American customers. Based on the facts that I have before me, the calculations I've made, I do not believe that the Louisville pipeline is the best benefit for the customers of Kentucky American Water Company.
Now, did I hear a minute ago that you said this analysis was based, I'm still looking at Appendix C here, that this analysis was based on a 5 million gallon a day draw?
Pardon?
Did I hear you say that this analysis on Appendix C was based on 5 million gallons a day?
No.
What is it based on?
The Appendix C is predicated on that Shelby Frankfort would own Section 2A, that Frankfort's going to take approximately 5 million gallons from that pipeline on a per-day basis. Kentucky American would take 20. Therefore, we've allocated those costs applicable to the Section 2A pipeline on a 25th to Kentucky American.
And that's from day one, right?
Absolutely, because Kentucky American doesn't see that it has an option other than to buy 10 million if it's to preserve the capacity that it needs in its source of supply deficit.
Can you tell me, in your analysis of Kentucky American's Pool 3 proposal, as compared to this, what demand you assumed in calculating the rate impact to Kentucky American's customers?
I'm glad you asked me that, sir. In the Kentucky American proposal for Pool 3, we've assumed 6 million gallons per day would be what's needed to keep that plant operational. In fact, in order to meet the source of supply needs of Kentucky American, that plant will only go to 20 million gallons when the need's there. So it is not appropriate in Kentucky American's Pool 3 model to run it at anything other than what the normal operation is going to be. Likewise, it is not apples from Pool 3 to the Louisville Water Project unless you assume that that pipeline and Kentucky American is guaranteed that 20 million gallons. In order to do that, we have to pay for 10. That's the only way these models are apples and apples, in my opinion.
So would it be fair to say that you're treating the Louisville pipeline proposal in your mind as though it were a treatment plant in order to make the two comparisons equal in your mind?
No, sir. Not at all. I absolutely disagree with the question you just asked me. What I'm trying to do is explain to you that in order to meet 20 million gallons a day source of supply deficit at Kentucky American, and to guarantee that, which we think this commission has ordered us to do, we have to buy 10 under the Louisville proposal. That's all I'm saying. It has nothing to do with treatment plants or pipeline. It's dealing with the 20 million gallon deficit.
And you need that 10 million gallons every day of the year, right?
Absolutely not. But in order to guarantee and reserve that capacity, to reserve it, unequivocally guarantee it, to guarantee 20 is there on the day we need it, we have to pay for 10. It's our understanding of the proposal.
Do you have any understanding of how many days a year you might need that extra amount of water?
Mr. Depp, I have no idea about that, but let me explain. I don't think it matters to this proposal. If it's one day, we need the 20 million gallons there. We're going to order by this commission to do so. On a normal day, we don't need the 6 million gallons from Pool 3. It's going to be taken away from what's now generated out of the Kentucky River and the Richmond Road facilities. When we need this capacity is when the demand drives us to need it.
So if that's the case, in your analysis of the 10 million gallons, as opposed to the 6 for the Pool 3 proposal, 10 million gallons that you think you'll need for the Louisville pipeline proposal, did you include in the analysis any potential reductions in expense that may be associated with decreased usage of Kentucky American's existing plant facilities?
I did not, but let me quantify that. In Kentucky American's latest rate case, I think the production cost is about 30 cents per thousand. That is de minimis to these models if we knock that off for 4 million gallons.
But it's still not accurate.
It's not in there, but it's de minimis, and it would have negligible, if any, impact on these models.
Do you know whether your methodology is approved by this Public Service Commission?
What methodology?
Your methodology of calculating the weighted average cost of capital?
I believe that this is absolutely consistent with the way that you calculate what the incremental rate impact from this project is. I have no idea if the commission agrees with me or not. I'm sure if they don't, they'll ask me some questions.
It's not based on your understanding of any precedent that it's been approved in this manner.
It's just simply the way rate making and the incremental cost for this project is determined for a private utility, in my opinion, based on about 30 years of rate experience.
Would you be opposed to supplying the the work papers and an electronic version of the model that you use to calculate these results that have been submitted in your rebuttal testimony to the parties in this case?
I don't have a problem.
Of course, Your Honor.
How soon can you do that, Mr. Miller?
If someone has a floppy disk with them, or, the next day or so at the latest, sir. Given Mr. Ingram.
Yeah, Mr. Ingram, just, yeah.
I just have one more question. I don't understand. You're not going to be able to tell us today that Kentucky American has access to $35 million worth of construction bonds from Owen County, are you?
We have just as much access to it as Louisville Water or Frankfurt, Shelbyville, or anyone else. We would have to apply for those cap allocations just like anyone other entity would. So now I can't sit here and say we have any more, and I can tell you I don't think we have any less capability of getting those tax exempt cap allocations.
That'd be a no.
Pardon? You want to repeat the question, so I want to make sure I answer it, sir.
That would be a no.
No, I don't want. I want you to repeat the question, if you don't
The
mind.
question that I asked to you was, you're not here today to tell us that Kentucky American has $35 million in construction bond financing from Owen County, are you?
The answer is no, and if I could expand again, we haven't. Kentucky American fully anticipates to seek cap allocations for portions of its project, and we have the same opportunity as Louisville or Shelby Franklin Water Management Group or any other entity to pursue those industrial development bond cap allocations.
I think that's all.
Okay, Mr. Wiltshire, do you have questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Wiltshire.
I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't understand the question, please let me know, and if I understand it, I'll try to explain it to you. Let me start back just at the very beginning. There's been a lot of questions about Exhibit 12. Would it be correct to state that this is another way of explaining the net present value comparisons? But this is basically, Exhibit 12 cuts it down to slices that the customers would pay over time, as opposed to the taking it in terms of net present value cost?
It's more of a snapshot of the information that would be within those present worth calculations. Does that answer your question, Mr. Wiltshire?
It might.
Okay. I mean, those numbers and that information is built within, for instance, the model that Mr. Walker runs and determines the present value worth. The difference that I would like to make reference to there is that I'm only looking at the actual impact to Kentucky American Water customers within that model Mr. Walker runs.
So when we take the net present value, we're looking at the total cost. You're looking at it from a customer perspective as opposed to, let's say, the decision maker looking at it with one lump sum.
Right. I think you should utilize the information that I've done, which is a snapshot with what would be, for instance, in Mr. Walker's model, and taken in conjunction with those, you would see this is the reason why Mr. Walker says the present worth of the Pool 3 option is better than the Louisville Water option.
Okay. Let's talk about public financing for a moment, because I'm very confused on that issue. Let me start out by asking, in your rebuttal, but when we talk about the calculation where there's public financing, you're using an interest rate or assuming a rate of 4.7% or thereabouts?
That's what Mr. Walker used to do the debt service calculations.
And that's
with
what
one small exception. In the column 3 and the column 6, the one where we broke it down to 2A and 2B.
Yes, sir.
There is a small amount of KIA loans in there that would be less than a market rate, which we say the market rate's 4.7. So.
Well, let me go, because I'm trying to understand what you mean by public financing, because it seems Mr. Heitzman in his testimony seemed to be using something that might have been different, at least my understanding of it. When you talk about public financing, as you understand it, would that include not only perhaps the issuance of bonds by a governmental entity? Let's assume for purposes here today, let's say a water supply commission, since that was one form of governance that Mr. Heitzman alluded to yesterday in his testimony. That would be part of what you mean by public financing, the issuance of that type of bond?
When I talk about public,
Well, if you,
sorry, sir, they're beeping over here, Mr. Lucher. Ready?
okay, would just, when we talk about public financing, bonds issued by a political subdivision of the state, such as a water supply commission, would be one element of public financing. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would borrowing money, let's say a loan from the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, would that be included in the concept of public financing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about borrowing money from the Kentucky League of Cities?
Those would also be public, I would consider those public sector financing options.
And the borrowing of money from, I guess, the Kentucky Rural Water Association Lending Organization, that may not be its correct name, but it's referenced in Mr. Heitzman's testimony, would that also be considered public financing?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lucher. All those potential funding sources that are identified by Mr. Heitzman in his testimony, I would consider public. But I would like to add, if I could, that because those come from KIA or Rural Water or League of Cities, does not eliminate or does not change the fact that those bonds would be private activity bonds, as I described earlier in my testimony. And even if those funds were available from KIA, in my opinion, there would still have to be private activity cap allocations issued for them to retain their tax-exempt status.
Okay, bear with me. I failed tax in law school. When you say the cap applies then, would apply to KIA?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
If in the model and the proposal that Louisville Water has made, and there doesn't matter who owns and any length of that pipeline, more than 80% of the output of that pipeline is going to go to serve Kentucky American under the proposals we're considering here. Given that fact, they are, in my opinion, private activity bonds. In order to retain their tax-exempt status, there has to be capital allocations issued for them to do that. Doesn't matter what the source of the funds is, whether it would be public debt issued in the market or public debt issued by KIA or any of those other entities that you mentioned.
Do you know of any, well, let me step back a second. Your model in determining the cost of the project that Kentucky American has proposed, Kentucky American assumes that it will obtain $35 million in tax-exempt financing. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our assumption was based on cap allocations 2 out of 3 years.
Okay. In Exhibit 12, just so that I understand completely the concept, when you talk about public financing, it looks like it would be Table 3 and Column 3 and Column 6. Are you factoring into your calculations the prohibitions of Section 141, or just assuming that it would not apply so that you can go ahead and illustrate the results?
No, we did build into that model. So if I could make this assumption, in Column 3 and Column 6, the section from Route 53 to Frankfort, Section 2A, would be approximately $55 million based on our estimates. That model assumes that all $55 million of that would be tax-exempt financing and that there would be cap allocations for that. in the maximum that I talked about earlier of $70 million. Okay? Within that, there is some amount of KIA loans at 1%, for instance, and that's about $4 million, with the remaining $51 million being financed tax exempt at about 4.7%. Now go to 2B, the section from Frankfort to Lexington, and that's at an estimated cost of about $75 million, as you saw earlier on Appendix C. The assumption there is that the remaining cap allocation would go to Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, or Kentucky American in column 3, or Bluegrass Water in column 6, of about $15 million to reach the maximum private activity cap allocation of $70 million. The difference there, if you will, would be funded by Kentucky American Water Company at its cost of capital. That's the way column 3 and column 6 were prepared. I hope I answered your question. It was...
I believe you did.
All right, thank you.
I think you did.
Okay.
Let me ask one question. If you'll turn to Appendix C, when you're figuring the cost of capital, the span of the financing, is that you're using a 20-year term in terms of the financing?
On the financing that you see indicated as wheeling costs, Section 2A,
Yes, sir.
I think Louisville Water, in their proposal, was talked about a 20-year principal repayment. Mr. Walker calculated the capital cost based on a 20-year principal repayment for that, with the tax-exempt financing I just described a few minutes ago on the $55 million. That's how he arrived at the capital cost piece of the wheeling cost we indicated on this schedule. Obviously, the $75 million above is Kentucky American's portion of that, and we had to finance that with our cost of capital.
Okay. Has it been your experience that if you have an asset that's going to have a useful life of, say, 40, 50 years, that the cost of or the term over which it's financed is usually the life of the asset, or at least over a longer period than 20 years? Let's say, for example, if the asset has a 50-year useful life?
That's not normally been the way I've seen public sector water systems finance it. They're usually 20-year, 30-year terms max in the way they finance it. It's a big difference in the way public type water systems work, utilities, versus us, for instance. I mean, we don't refinance or we don't pay principal. We depreciate assets over a life and roll that debt forward. It's a big difference between the way, for instance, Louisville would operate and Kentucky American.
Okay, well, would it be correct then to state that a 20-year financing term, but a 30-year financing term would also be a possibility for the issuance of the bonds?
Certainly, depending on what the kind of bonds were, what their ratings were, I mean, certainly that's possible.
Now, if that's the case, will that reduce in your snapshot you're taking, will that reduce the debt service cost, at least for the snapshot?
It would, but it would. The answer is yes, Mr. Richard, but I would like to point out this. There was a discussion at the November hearing about interest coverage, for instance, on these public sector type loans. We tried to be absolutely conservative in what we did here. I mean, for instance, it's my understanding in talking to Mr. Walker and preparing this model that capital cost there does not include any debt service coverage of 1.1 or 1.2 or potentially 3. That would be a cost that would increase it, for instance. If you amortize it over 30 years, that would decrease it. But we tried to use something based on what Louisville said in their proposal, and it was very conservative. We We certainly think, for instance, if there were 2 or 3 entities we had to wheel with, depending on how all of this idea or whatever we're calling that Mr. Heitzman's put out, if there were 2 or 3 wheeling, I mean, certainly there could be 2 or 3 add-ons and markups to this before it got to us, but we tried to be very conservative, because even using this, we felt our rate impact is better for Pool 3.
Okay. Let me switch for a moment to the some questions that you previously asked about the amount of water that was going to be purchased. And as I understand what you stated, and I think what Kentucky American's position was, that it believed that under the existing Louisville Water Company proposal, in order to reserve 20 million gallons of capacity, it would have to at least take 10 million gallons daily. Is that correct?
We wouldn't have to take it, sir, but we think we'd have to pay for it. It's take or pay.
Okay, so that's a good distinction to make. And I take it that that capacity that Kentucky American is reserving is the capacity in the pipeline. Is that correct?
That's, yes, that we need to have on the day that we need it.
Okay, and that is,
yes, yeah.
and that is to be absolutely 100% sure that that capacity is available. Correct.
That's the only way that we feel that we can reserve the source of supply deficit that we need under the proposal made by Louisville. And we think we need to do that. We think we have been ordered to do that.
And I assume that the part of the reason for that is a concern that either Louisville Water Company or this entity that might own the pipeline would at some point find additional customers who might draw off capacity that might be available in a pipeline but hasn't been expressly reserved by Kentucky American.
Absolutely, that's a concern, Mr. Witcher. If we did not reserve our capacity, there would be nothing to prevent Louisville from, as someone mentioned earlier, making extensions off of that pipeline and selling that capacity to other folks. And if that were to happen, Kentucky American would not have it, the capacity it needs.
Now, is it, well, in your opinion, aside from the utilities that are located between Shelbyville, where the, I guess the point of delivery by Louisville to the Supply Commission, for lack of a better entity, and the point of delivery in Frankfort on the east side, aside from the utilities that are already there, where do you see, or where does Kentucky American see the additional expected demand on this capacity to come from?
Mr. Witcher, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I don't know what the future holds. I think even Mr. Heitzman said that he sees the I-64 corridor as a growth corridor. And that if water and sewer are there, it makes it even more attractive to growth. So, I can't say that there would be an entity. There could be a new entity created to provide service in these areas if it in fact grow. I've not done that analysis. I can't answer that, but it doesn't change the fact that Kentucky American believes that it needs to assure that that capacity is reserved in that pipeline for its 20 million gallons.
Well, then, it would be correct then to say that Kentucky American's approach would not be to take a more detailed risk analysis of that, of the expected demand in that area to determine whether it could take less than a full 100% guarantee, but still, from a cost-benefit basis, determine that reserve a lower amount?
I have not done no work to assess the risk associated with that. I can only say that we believe we've been able to take care of our deficit by this commission. what would happen if Kentucky American took that risk and this drought of record happened and we couldn't supply this area, our service territory, the water it needs? What would be the economic impact of that, and what would Kentucky American's liability be if it took that risk and lo and behold, it come to be the tap run dry? I don't think Kentucky American wants to take that risk, Mr. Weecher.
Then it would be correct to say that Kentucky American has been operating under the principle of 100% guarantee without any, it has not performed any type of risk analysis to determine whether a lower amount would give it a substantial assurance that it would be able to meet its expected demand without having to reserve the 10 million gallons.
I've not done such an analysis.
Do you know if anybody else in
I
Kentucky
don't,
American has, to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, sir.
Be direct.
No, sir.
Any further cross or recross, I suppose, is the appropriate term? Okay, Mr. Miller. Before you may step aside. Mr. Ingram, do you wish to move for formal admission of KWC Exhibit Number 12?
Thank you, Your Honor. I certainly do.
Any objection?
No objection.
Hearing none, then the KWC Exhibit Number 12 will be admitted formally into the record. Call your next witness.
Mr. Walker, and while he's coming to the stand, if Your Honor, please, through the graciousness of the offices of Mr. Wucher, we have procured the Frankfurt and Versailles withdrawal permits with documentation attached that indicates the dates that was asked about as to their origin. And I guess the easiest thing for me to do at this point is move their introduction as KWC's Exhibit 13.
Has other councils seen this?
This is the official version of the exhibit from yesterday, is that?
I wouldn't characterize it exactly that way. These are the identical Versailles and Frankfurt permits that we used earlier, along with letters from the Division of Water saying when these were issued.
Council,
No objection.
Mr. Bain, Mr. Hughes, anybody, Mr. Talley, y'all okay? All right. So you're going to move that then as collective Exhibit 13? Or?
If I may, and just to help, it's all, the pages are all put together, and there's a letter from the Division of Water to the Versailles Water System that says, this letter accompanies Permit 0258, and that letter is dated July 19, 2006. There is a document to permit to withdraw public water to Frankfurt is Permit 0024, shows the latest revision date of June 7, 2000.
Okay, and those refer directly to KWC Exhibits 2 and 5?
I don't remember the numbers. I think that's correct, Your Honor. And
2 is the Versailles
yes.
withdrawal permit, and 5 was the Frankfurt withdrawal permit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the permits themselves will be identical to what is in 2 and 5, and really the only extra thing are the letters. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead then, hearing no objection, and accept those into the record then as KWC Exhibit Number 13 collectively. Mr. Walker, would you rise and raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May the commissioners have copies of that Exhibit 13. I like to keep it running. Thank you. What is that? Now, hold on just one second. Mr. England III, you handed me, looks like the Versailles permit, but you didn't hand me the Frankfurt permit. Is the Frankfurt permit included, which was Exhibit 5? Do you intend for that permit to be in here with these letters and with the Versailles permit?
No, Your Honor, I don't intend that. And what we have is simply the package of paper that Mr. Wucher was kind enough to get from the Division of Water and give to me. And am I incorrect?
Your Honor, if I can represent it, since there was an issue yesterday over the completeness of the permit, I contacted the personnel at Division of Water that are responsible for water withdrawal, and they sent to me a scanned image which has been printed out, which has Frankfurt's withdrawal permit and Versailles withdrawal permit. The letter from, I guess, Mr. Goodman to Mr. Southworth is part of the Versailles permit. And then I think at the back of that there is a 2-page permit that is Frankfurt Electric and Water Plant.
I see. I understand that.
I had specifically requested, and the employee at the Division of Water was very gracious to ensure that the complete dated copy was there to address Mr. Fitzgerald's concern, and to also contain all the limits and to identify whether it was temporary or not.
Yeah, and one of the issues I think yesterday was involved how long it would take us to get that. So I appreciate you doing that, Mr. Wucher. That will speed things up. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Ingram. He's been sworn. Go ahead.
You state your name, please.
No, not yet.
Go ahead.
In November I have, but not today.
I just swore you.
I'm sorry.
But I'm not
Yes, you did. You did. That's not a good start.
I swear you again if you think you need to be double.
I get sworn at enough.
Would you state your name, please?
Harold Walker III.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Gannett Fleming.
Have you testified in this case previously?
Yes, I submitted testimony in the November hearing.
At the November hearing, did you provide a Schedule 4 to your testimony which indicated your then assessment of the present value cost of the Pool 3 option?
Yes, I did.
Did you likewise provide Schedule 5 at that time indicating your then opinion of the Louisville Water Company proposal present value cost?
Yes, I did.
Have you updated each of those schedules for this hearing today?
Yes, I've updated both schedules to reflect the information both contained in the bids receipt by the company for Pool 3 project, as well as the ideas proposed by Mr. Heitzman concerning separating Section 2 into two pieces, 2A and 2B.
The updated capital cost changes would be reflected in your Schedule 4, which is your present value estimate of the cost of the Pool 3 option?
Yes, they are.
And the other changes you mentioned would be reflected in Schedule 5, your opinion of the Louisville Water Company current proposal present value cost?
Yes.
Your Honor, please, I think it might simplify things if we could distribute now both the revised Schedule 4 and 5. And I guess for purposes of identification, let's call Schedule 4 Kentucky Americans Exhibit 14, and Schedule 5 Kentucky Americans Exhibit 15. I've been corrected. We'll call them collectively Kentucky Americans 14, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry.
Before we formally admit this, let's let the parties have a chance to look at it and hear about it, and then we'll consider a formal motion to move them into record at the appropriate time.
Collective Exhibit 14, which contains Schedule 4 and Schedule 5.
Mr. Chairman, that was my question. I wasn't sure whether this is Exhibit 14 or 15.
This is 14, collective 14, and it has both schedules 4 and 5 in it. Schedule 4 looks like it's paid 5 of 5, or 5 pages. Schedule 5 is 5 pages also. Go ahead, Mr. Ingram.
Mr. Walker, are these two schedules done in exactly the same format as your original schedules?
Yes, with the exception of I added today's date to the schedule headings.
Do these schedules indicate your opinion that the present value cost of the Pool 3 option is $234,775,260?
Yes, that is shown in the lower left-hand corner of Schedule 4.
That'd be line 47?
Yes, line 47.
And does line 61 on Schedule 5 show your opinion as to the present value cost or total discounted cost of the, what you understand to be the current Louisville Water Company proposal of $288,3,650?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the Pool 3 option is still cheaper on a present value cost than the current Louisville Water Company proposal?
Yes, it's the Pool 3 proposal is approximately $53 million less expensive than the Section 2 option.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dale.
One second. Mr. Walker, could you identify for us, and I don't know how many changes there are, but what's revised here?
All right. If you look at Schedule 4, if you have that in front of you, I'm going to refer to page 1 of Schedule 4, just for clarity. And what I'll do is, I guess, refer to the line items as on Schedule 4, the Pool 3 option. Line items 1 through 10 have changed. They're all the capital-related changes due to the receipt of the bids by Kentucky American. Line 34, that's property insurance. Line 35, the KAW gross receipts tax. Line 39, depreciation. Line 40, property taxes. Line 41, income taxes. Line 43, the KAW income before interest charges, and line 44, the BWSC annual debt service, and then obviously line 47, which is the total cost.
If I might stop there, maybe it'd probably be easier if we deal with one schedule at a time. I assume there are some changes as well to Schedule 5, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's deal with Schedule 4 if we can for a second. I'll start with the single line items, I think, here. Line 34, property insurance, what's changed?
There's less property to insure, the value.
And, well, maybe I need to go back up to 1 through 10. You indicated lines 1 through 10 have changed due to bid information that Kentucky American has, right?
Yes.
Is that the bid information, the additional $5 million that was referenced in testimony earlier today, or is that the difference between the November hearing and the previous information to that testimony?
My recollection is that I prepared a hearing data request which reflected the receipt of bids. I'm not sure if it was late December or early January, in which this commission was updated as to the impact of the bids receipt by Kentucky American on my Schedule 1, which from my November testimony.
And so then do the numbers, so this chart then is based on the information you provided. I believe it was provided in January at some point. I don't
Yes.
remember the date.
Yes.
Based on those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And I do understand, right, that there have been some change since then?
Technically, there have not been changes. I believe what Ms. Bridwell testified to this morning was that there is negotiations as to possible increases in bid due to it falling outside of the expiration period, but they are not known changes at this point.
Okay. Any of these are based on the January numbers?
Correct.
Okay. Line 34, property insurance has changed. Is that because why is that? I'm sorry, one more time, why is that?
This property is insured based upon its value, and the value of the property has decreased due to the fact that there's lower construction costs. In other words, if you build a home and it costs less than estimated, the insurance on it's going to be lower.
Okay. Line 35, KAW gross receipt tax, that's changed?
Yes, gross receipts tax is a tax which is collected and paid to, I believe, the commission. When I say I believe, I'm not sure the receiving party, but essentially it's a % of the revenue requirement. So if the revenue requirement goes up, then the amount of taxes goes up. If the revenue requirement decreases, then the amount of taxes would decrease. In my analysis here, the revenue requirement has fallen as a result of lower capital expenditures, and therefore less taxes are required to be collected in the revenue requirement.
And what's the source document or authority that allows you to make that conclusion?
Are you asking me to cite the commission rule on gross receipts tax?
Honestly, I don't know. But
Okay.
if there is one, let me know if you would, please.
Offhand, I don't know what it is. I think it is 0.15% of revenue. So you take the net, or the revenue before taxes, you take the revenue requirement and you multiply it by, I believe, 0.15%.
Okay. Line 39 is depreciation.
Yes.
Can you explain the change there?
There's less capital to depreciate, therefore the depreciation expense would decrease.
While I'm thinking of it, actually, if I can interrupt the flow of this for a second, would you mind to also provide your work papers that support this document, this revised Schedule 4 and 5?
Yes, just clarity on the work papers. I'm not,
If
you mean like how I calculated the new tax? Is that what you're asking for? Or?
I'd just like to see the work underlying the numbers that are shown here.
Okay.
And if there's an electronic version of that, I'd like to be able to see that as well.
Okay.
How quickly can you provide us with that? First of the week?
Yes, Your Honor, first of the week.
Okay.
I guess while I'm on that subject, this is based on some model that you've created, right?
Yes, that again, I believe, was provided as a hearing data request in November. It's the same model, I just updated it for the change in capital expenditures.
I may be wrong. I don't think we've got an electronic version of that. If council wouldn't mind, I would like to see that model as well so that we can see how it works.
I think it has been provided. We'll double check and see. But if you're seeking the Excel spreadsheets or electronic versions of Schedules 4 and 5, we've already agreed to provide those by the first of the week. I think, are you asking for two different things?
Let's just touch base. I think we can work that out. I'd just like to see how he's getting to the numbers that he's going to provide support for.
11.
Okay.
That's Mr. Ingram being a low talker. He's usually a high talker, but he's a low talker. Yeah. So you gentlemen are going to work, you're going to meet after the hearing and try to work it out?
We have an accord, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think as long as we get the electronic version, they'll let us figure out how he's done his work.
Well,
We're happy. So.
If you don't and can't work it out, let us know, and we'll see that it gets worked out for you.
Sure, we'll work it out. All right, we were on line 39, depreciation, and I don't know if you explained that or not, but if you don't mind, I'll be prepared.
Sure. The depreciation expense is related to the capital that's being depreciated. With less capital results in a lower depreciation dollar. The rate of depreciation is the same. I believe it's 1.67 or 1.68%, but the rate is the same. The percentage rate.
Okay. Property taxes, can I assume that we've got essentially the same analysis, the amount of capital has changed, and therefore there's a different number for the property tax?
Correct.
Okay. Same for income taxes and sales taxes?
Income taxes relate to the level of operating income, which is a direct result of the amount of rate base or capital employed. So yes, it's related to the reduction in the amount of capital due to the receipt of the bids.
The amount of the rate base or the return on the rate base?
The return is the same as it was, the percentage return is the same as it was in the November testimony.
Okay.
It's just the dollars. You're multiplying the same percentage times a smaller dollar value, therefore it produces a smaller dollar operating income.
You don't remember what that percentage was, a chance today, do you?
7.75%, which was their authorized rate of return in the 2004 docket, the same docket used by Dr. Wetzel.
Okay. And then I don't think you identified it before, but would I assume correctly, line 42 would have to change it?
Oh, yes, you are correct. That is a summation of the items above it, so yes.
Okay. Line 43 and 44, can you maybe just briefly explain how those change and why those change?
43 is the income before interest charges for Kentucky American, very similar to the explanation of income taxes. There's a lower value assumed for the rate base related to the Pool 3 project, and therefore it would produce a lower income before interest charges. That number is derived by multiplying the rate base by the 7.75% return. The line item 44 is the BWSC's annual debt service, which is calculated based upon their share of the project, which is assumed to be 20%.
And has BWSC elected any option to participate in the Pool 3 project?
I believe they are still evaluating at this point.
All right, I may come back to 1 through 10 in a minute, but I think it may be a good spot to flip to Schedule 5. And can I assume that these same items would change on Schedule 5? I assume there's a corresponding, maybe I should ask that question, are there corresponding line items in Schedule 5?
They're not actually numbered the same. The descriptions are similar. There's actually more changes on Schedule 5 than there were on 4.
Do you mind just to run through those then?
Absolutely. And here I'm referring to page 1 of Schedule 5 just for clarity. And the changes to Schedule 5 are a result of the change proposed by Mr. Heitzman regarding the Section 2 pipeline, of splitting it between two parties, basically a Section 2A and a Section 2B.
Okay.
All right. So line items 1 through 10 change. They're basically the capital related to the 2B section of the pipeline. Lines 26 to 29 are the power costs that would change. The power costs would decrease because there's one less pump station. Line on 2B, let me clarify that. On 2B, there's one less pump station than there was under the original Section 2 segment. Lines 30 to 35, general maintenance. Line 45, property insurance. Line 46, KEW gross receipts tax. Line 50, depreciation. Line 51, property taxes. Line 52, income taxes. line 54, KW, income before interest charges, line 55, BWSC, annual debt service, then line items 56, 57, and 58 are new line items that weren't in the November schedule. Those items are included to reflect Mr. Heitzman's proposal of splitting the pipeline between 2A and 2B, and those expenses relate to the 2A ownership.
Okay. I won't ask you to go through all of these right now, but looking back up at the capital expenditures lines 1 through 10 at the top, this only relates to what you call Section 2B, what I would refer to as the Frankfurt Lexington portion of the Louisville pipeline proposal. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you extrapolate from this what you believe the total cost of the Louisville pipeline proposal would be?
It's very close to it's within $2 million, I believe, of what was reflected in my Schedule 5 Schedule 2 of my November testimony. I believe that was approximately $132 million, and this is $130 million.
Okay, it's roughly similar to the figure included on Mr. Miller's documentation that we've previously discussed.
Yes, his information was taken directly from my schedules.
Okay.
Or my analysis, I should say.
Now, I'm sure everybody here is probably interested about this. I know I am anyway. These wheeling costs at the bottom. Where did you come up with these numbers?
You want me to, where did I come up with them? First, you want me to explain the wheeling cost, the concept, or the?
As I understand, wheeling is just different entities moving the water on behalf of another. If that's different than your understanding, certainly explain, but I'm more interested in how you came up with these numbers that are input on this table.
Okay. Well, the easiest place to start probably is line 57, which is the wheeling costs for Section 2A, the O&M portion. Essentially, the total O&M that was included in the November testimony was looked at and apportioned based upon the ownership of 2A and 2B. If you just assumed that it was owned 50-50, I would have just taken, and all the expenses were, or should have been allocated 50-50. You could take the November expenses and cut them in half and put half on the wheeling piece and half on the 2B piece. Okay. On the wheeling piece, the full amount does not get charged back to the customer, in this case Kentucky American, because Kentucky American is, in this analysis, only assumed to be using 25/30ths of the pipeline. So essentially, they would be responsible and have to pay for 25/30ths of the total operating expenses allocated to Section 2A. In my illustration earlier, when I said 50%, they would be given 25/30ths of 50% of the operating expense.
And does that account for the entire wheeling cost that you've identified in this table in lines 56 through 58?
No, that's just the O&M. That's just line 57.
Could you address lines 56 and 58 in the same manner, please?
Yes. 56 is the capital charge. The capital charge is the 25/30ths of the principal and interest on Section 2A.
And that would be based on your 132 total pipeline cost number, right? Or 130, give or take?
No, it would be...
I might say, based on a fraction of the 132 million total cost of the Louisville pipeline proposal that you estimated.
It would be based on the fraction of the of 2A. 2A is about 40, I guess about 40, is about 55 million. So you calculate the principal and interest on 55 million and then take 25/30ths of that principal and interest, and that would become the capital component of the wheeling charge.
Okay. Now, how do you determine a markup?
Markup is just simply 10%. In a sense, 10% of the above two wheeling components is essentially would reflect the profit component and coverage of owning one time of the capital.
Okay. Are you able to, from these numbers that are provided here related to wheeling costs, are you able to determine, I don't need an exact number necessarily, although if you can do it, I'd like it, at this point, maybe just a rough estimate of a wheeling cost per 1,000 gallons that you estimate in this table would be applied to Louisville Water Company proposal?
I can't do that.
That's something that you think you could do with the help of your model?
I'm sure I could do it outside of my model. I can't do it sitting here today. The wheeling cost per 1,000 gallons?
Correct.
Sure, I could give you a wheeling cost per 1,000 gallons. Just to clarify, the wheeling costs don't include any cost of water in there.
Right, but that's on a different line item on this.
Right, I just want to make sure that you understood that.
Right, I do. I just want to get a sense of what you believe the wheeling charge, I assume you think, in addition to the $1.71 or whatever the rate of water may be at a particular time, would be. So if you can provide that, probably in a supplemental data response, perhaps with the other documents, that would be fine.
I thought we had a ruling, or at least it was my understanding, that we weren't going to have any supplemental data request in this case. Now, honestly, I believe that this is an easily calculated number for any year. I assume all one would have to do to get the wheeling costs for the year 2010 is add 3 columns of lines 56, 57, and 58 and divide by the quantity of water to be delivered in terms of thousands of gallons. Am I right?
That's right.
If that's right, and you can provide that at some point today before we leave, that would be fine with me. I'm not on the stand, Mr. Ingram. I appreciate the offer.
Let's do this. I'm not sure I agree with you, Mr. Ingram, that we weren't going to do any post-hearing data requests. I think there are already 2 or 3 things that the parties are to provide post-hearing. I think what I said was that there was going to be no rebuttal. And I'm sure that for purposes of writing his brief, Mr. Depp would prefer that the witness that's on the stand provide that information, and it's probably something he can do in 5 minutes' time. So why don't we just go ahead and ask the witness to do that and provide that to Mr. Depp by the first of the week.
We'll certainly do that, Your Honor.
Okay.
What more I might have, if anything. Mr. Walker, if you could turn to page, I think we're already on it actually, page 1 of Schedule 5.
Yes.
I'm looking across line 13, and in the year 2010, or the column 2010, I see the number 75,509,822. Do you see that number?
Yes, I do.
Can you can you give me the basis for that number again, please?
That would correspond to Schedule 1 from November. I mean, that would be the development of Schedule 1 in November. In fact, as I indicated, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Pool 3. This is the Louisville piece. That is That's the value attributed to, or the cost attributed to Section 2B of Mr. Heitzman's proposal.
And are you able to I asked Mr. Miller this, and I don't know if you're able to do this or not, but are you able to determine from that number an approximate cost per linear foot of constructing the pipeline in Section 2B of the Louisville proposal?
The linear foot would be, it's essentially the same that was used in the November testimony.
And what would that be?
Ballpark?
Let's go with that for now.
Okay. Ballpark is 380, 390. I think it was between 380 and 390 is my recollection.
For what size pipeline?
42.
Okay. Does your analysis in either Schedule 4 or 5, I think probably just Schedule 5, but does that analysis reflect any savings that may be incurred by Kentucky American as a result of purchasing water through the Louisville pipeline?
Any savings?
Any savings, I probably didn't phrase that very well, but what I meant was any savings associated with the operation of Kentucky American's existing plant.
There would be no savings.
So Kentucky American, are you testifying that Kentucky American would continue to operate its facilities full steam ahead, even though it was purchasing water from Louisville Water Company?
No, what I'm testifying to is if you understand rate regulation, any savings would be removed in the development of the cost component. Efficiencies are not passed on to the investor under rate regulation. So any efficiencies that the company derives through whatever proposal they propose are passed on to customers. So in this sense, within your question, you assume that there's a cost savings, but the cost savings would be passed on to the customer, not to the company.
Well, I'm trying not to assume anything, and I apologize if I did, but what I really want to get a handle on is, are Kentucky Americans operating expenses on their own existing plant going down when they're purchasing water from the Louisville pipeline?
Yes. Mr. Miller, I believe, testified to a figure this morning on that amount.
And is that reflected in your Schedule 5?
No.
Nowhere?
No.
I think we're finished for now.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Talley?
No questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald is not here. Mr. Bain?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Hughes? Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
Mr. Blucher?
Just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
I'm trying to make sure that I understand the effects of the cap that's imposed by Section 141 of the Internal Revenue Service Code. In your calculation of the cost for the Pool 3 project, you have, I guess, allocated $35 million for what could be described as low-interest debt, or the tax-exempt debt.
Just to clarify, you're referring to the Pool 3 project?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, now, is that, I'm trying to figure out how you got the $35 million in terms of the allocation that's made from the state allocation. Is that $17.5 million per year that's allocated? So that's where you come up with the $35 million?
Yes. The cap allocation would only be available if your project was chosen for the money to start with. And 35 is my estimate as to the maximum amount they could realistically expect for the Pool 3 project.
You know, let's let's turn for a moment to the Louisville pipeline project.
Yes.
Did your calculations assume a $70 million amount because the project would be over a 4-year period?
Yes, yes. I mean, even though there's been testimony that indicates the Section 2, or the Louisville proposal would be built within a 2-year project, or 2-year period, I think there's a lot of information that indicates it is more than likely to stretch outside of that window. So we looked at, or I looked at a maximum of assuming it was a 4-year project. And if it's 4 years, the most they're going to be able to get for the entire piece, both 2A and 2B, would be $70 million. And that's assuming that they could qualify for the loans to start with, which there's a doubt in my mind that they could qualify for that they would qualify for all $70 million.
Okay, so that would be your best case scenario.
That's the rosiest scenario.
And then the allocation between of that $70 million, you allocate half of it then to the 2B project and half to the 2A project?
No, almost all of it on the 2A project. Approximately $52 million on the 2A project, and about $15 million on the 2B project. So that adds to about, I think, $68 million.
So it's not quite $70 million then?
No, let me clarify. For both projects, for the Pool 3 project, if you're interested in the precise dollars, the Pool 3 project was assumed to have $67,675,703.
Okay.
The Section 2 project is assumed to have, this is both parts A and B, $66,968,668. And I might also indicate that the 66, the amount that I just indicated for Section 2 does not include roughly $4 million, or not roughly, exactly $4 million in KIA money, which would also count against the cap. So if you add the $4 million to the amount I previously gave you, you'd be up around $71 million for the Section 2 project.
Yeah, just so I understand completely, because I'm getting confused here, the 35 million gallon of a $35 million figure is the total amount allocated of the cap to Pool 3 is basically $35 million each year for the 2-year construction period. Is that correct?
It's assumed to be for Pool 3. The question is on Pool 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the $35 million is based on the $17.5 million industrial revenue bonds, which is what I believe the question referred to, the IRBs, which would be $17.5 million for each year, so a 2-year total of $35 million.
Okay. We're having some confusion here, and in part it's because I'm trying to talk and think at the same time. You had said before...
Think first and then talk.
Pardon me, sir?
Think first and then talk.
That's difficult for me to do. I thought I heard you say before that the total amount for Pool 3 was $67.675 million. Did I mishear?
No, that's correct. There's also, within your question, I thought you said the IRBs, or industrial revenue bonds. Those bonds would only be used by Kentucky. That's where I come up with a $35 million cap. Additionally, Bluegrass would be assumed to use additional money of $32,675,703. If you add the $35 million and the $32 million together, both pieces add to the $67 million figure.
I understand now, thank you. Have you ever seen a governmental utility issue a 40-year revenue bond?
A 40-year revenue bond?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, 40 years, but yeah, they're depending on how you structure the deal. Yes.
Okay. Your estimate of the net present value for the Louisville Water Project assumes in part that Kentucky American is going to be, your estimate for the cost of the Pool 3 project in part, let's see if I got this right. Just one second. Okay, if you'll, let's go to Kentucky American Exhibit number 15. Your the first page, Schedule 4. Your exhibit.
I think that's 14.
14.
I'm sorry. First, let me ask, there's been no change to item number 38, the KRA withdrawal fee. Does this present calculation reflect the upcoming change in the withdrawal fee that KRA is going to be implementing April 1?
It does not.
The cost for, let's just say, for example, the power cost and the chemical cost, that this is based on the assumption that the Pool 3 plant will be operating to provide 6 million gallons per day?
Yes. Yes.
Is it correct that there will be instances where the plant will be operating in excess of 6 million gallons per day?
Yes.
And in those instances, will the cost be greater than what you've projected here as a result of that operation?
Yes.
Has Kentucky American made any projections in terms of, the average daily operation of a plant or production of a plant, factoring in those days where the plant would be operating in excess of 6 million gallons per day?
I don't know if they have done, I personally am not aware of it.
Recognizing that Kentucky American may be slightly adverse to a post-hearing data request, but I'll make it anyway. Can Kentucky American advise Commission staff and the parties if there has been made any type of projection of the plant's operation, average daily operation, taking into account the expected peak periods, and provide that information to Commission staff if such information exists for a 20-year period?
Absolutely.
If such information exists. I believe that's all we have.
How quick do you want it, and how quick can you get it?
I need to check with my engineer, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then you have to back down to 1,000. Reduce it down to 1,000.
That's
I need to say, for purposes of the record, I think one of the difficulties here is you're asking for certain assumptions about the weather, because the weather controls demand.
Can you speak up a little bit?
I'm sorry. The weather controls demand, but we'll try to give you some information that we have or can put together along with the assumptions that are made.
Thank you. We recognize that it is, you're somewhat trying to predict the future.
Is all the questions you have?
Yes, sir.
Can you redirect, Mr. Ingram?
No, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
I think I have maybe one question.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, do you have, if I'm looking at this map that's in the front of the room, I think it's Exhibit 8 to Mr. Heisman's supplemental testimony, that black and purple line that becomes black and white running to the northwest, I guess, that's the proposed Kentucky American Pool 3 pipeline, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any information regarding the capital costs associated with constructing that pipeline only?
For the pipeline only?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was in my updated Schedule 1 that was provided in January.
Right, when, I'm sorry?
In January.
Is it reflected in this Schedule 4?
Yes.
Can you point me to it?
The total dollars are. The
total
total
dollars of the
of the update.
pipeline.
Oh, of just the pipeline, not the boosters and the treatment plant.
That's right.
If you looked at the updated Schedule 1 from January, there's a line item on there that indicates the transmission mains.
And it's transmission main only for the Pool 3 proposal?
Yes.
Okay. You don't happen to know off the top of your head what the linear foot cost of that portion of the pipeline might be, would you? Let's say ballpark again.
I believe it was a little over $300 a foot, maybe 302, 300. I don't know the precise number.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any gentlemen have any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Walker, you may step aside. Have any other rebuttal witnesses?
That's the case for Kentucky American, Your Honor.
Now, do you wish to move formally for admission of Exhibit Number 14?
I have an abundance of precaution. I'd like to formally move for every exhibit that has been identified as Kentucky Americans.
All right. Okay. Any objection?
No, sir.
No objection, subject to clarification. The revised exhibit that you handed out a few moments ago, all of those pages are part of the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay, to review then, I have Kentucky American Exhibits 1 through 14. I have Louisville Water, that's to this hearing, this supplemental hearing. I have Louisville Water Company Collective Exhibit Number 1. And I have KRA Exhibits 1 through 4. The cause Exhibit 1 is for identification purposes only, it's not an exhibit. Are there any other exhibits that I'm missing?
The OAG Exhibit 1, which is the
Oh, I got it right here, thank you, sorry, I left that out.
So the cause Exhibit 1 for identification, I don't put that in the record at
No.
all.
Okay, then, gentlemen, is there anything else then to take up before the commission, before we talk about briefs?
I think you mentioned this the other day. Could I just clarify in case someone asks my office? The public record is open until March 20th as well.
Close of business on the 20th. All right, are there any other housekeeping matters that we need to take up? Okay, so I want to say a couple things before we adjourn. This case presents the commission with an extraordinarily difficult decision. I've been on this commission now for a little more than 4 years. I'm not sure that I've been asked to issue or participate in a decision that will be any more difficult than this one will be, and I'm not sure any more important than this one will be. And it's important and difficult because it affects the rights and the well, it affects the citizens of Central Kentucky for decades to come. And there'll be hundreds of thousands of citizens that will be affected. And this commission does not take that situation lightly. Although the subject matter is challenging and there's certainly not a clear answer, the commission does intend to decide this case no later than the middle part of April, if not sooner. So I would request that the parties provide their briefs to us certainly in a timely fashion, and that you argue your respective positions as fully but as succinctly as you possibly can. This commission has done everything that we can possibly do to leave no stone unturned in this case because of its importance. As a matter of fact, we've delayed this case on our own motion at least twice that I know of, and maybe more than that. And that was not intended to delay the case, but it was intended to try to make sure that we received the best evidence that we could possibly receive in order to make this very important decision. I personally have observed the spirited and sometimes contentious, although it's been pretty civil, but the spirited debate and argument by and between the parties. And I'll have to tell you that that has been observed by me with some amazement and a good deal of irony. I'm originally from a part of the state, southeastern Kentucky, who has a large number of citizens that don't even have potable water. And it is, I think, somewhat ironic and amazing that we're here today talking about companies that are competing to provide water for folks in Central Kentucky, and I'm glad to see it. But sort of an editorial comment from me, I would just like to remind everybody that there are people in southeastern Kentucky and eastern Kentucky and some degree western Kentucky that would sell the birthright of their firstborn to be in a situation, and I see Mr. Talley shaking his head, he knows what I'm talking about, to have this kind of dilemma. There are people, I've been in people's homes down in eastern Kentucky where you walk in and a white bathtub is orange because of the iron in their water. I've been in homes where people, when they turn their spigot on in their kitchen, they have to open the window to get the sulfur smell out. And all of you all probably are aware of that. So, folks, it's all a matter of perspective. And I would encourage, and I know the parties know this, but especially the public, to understand. You certainly understand where you are, but I would ask you to understand what your cousins in rural Kentucky are having to go through, and that this is indeed a dilemma that it has to be addressed, but it's something that we should all be concerned about. I also want to thank the parties, council, and the respective expert witnesses for presenting such a good, such good arguments and such a good case. I want to thank members of the press in Lexington, Frankfort, and to some degree Louisville for giving this some ink, because I think it deserves some ink, and so I appreciate them. But I also, most of all, want to thank the public for the time that they've spent. You know, we had 3 public hearings, I believe, and many times back here in the back, the commissioners aren't blind. We see members of the public here, and in the 4 years that I've been chairman of this commission, I'm not sure that there's been a case where the public has been so involved in the proceedings, and I think that's a good thing. And so I'd like to thank those members of the public that are here and that have been here, that have taken time away from their family and their jobs to participate, that the commission very much appreciates their participation. The commission will now be adjourned pending receipt of the briefs on the 20th. If the parties have any issues with regard to post-hearing data requests or any other matter that you cannot work out between and among yourselves, all you have to do is let us know about it, and we will endeavor to try to get it taken care of for you. Is there anything else now to take up? All right, thank you all very much. We'll be adjourned.